Chapter 675. There seemed to be an inexplicable calling for Chunzong to approach and step into the calm blood pool. Chunzong did not act rashly. He walked to the edge of the blood pool and resisted the calling that was getting stronger and stronger. This should be the deepest part of the cave. He had also found 20 blood essence stones, which were equivalent to 2,000 merit points. It was a great harvest. However, Chunzong felt that there must be treasures in the blood pool. He also had an inexplicable feeling that the consequences of entering the blood pool would be unpredictable. As his thoughts raced, Chunzong took a step back. Instantly, a beam of blood-colored light shot out from the blood pool without any warning. It was incomparably swift, resembling a long whip. It viciously tore through the air, forming a circle as it shot towards Chunzong. This attack contained two different types of power, a direct attack and a twisting one. It was a perfect combination, cutting off all of Chunzong's escape routes. In the face of danger, Chunzong did not panic. He unsheathed the Huanjin sharp sword at his waist and gently flicked and stabbed at a point on the blood-red whip. It was as if he had hit the weak spot of a snake. The blood-red whip suddenly trembled, as if it had lost all of its power and became soft. Chunzong took advantage of this opportunity to speed up his retreat. However, the whip seemed to have been injected with new power. It suddenly bounced and pierced through the air like a sharp sword. It was fast and fierce, like a blood-red meteor piercing through the air. It also carried an extremely strange aura, which made Chunzong feel a great threat. His face turned serious. He unsheathed the Huanjin sharp sword on his back and chopped down directly at the tip of the blood-red whip. However, the whip was extremely agile. It dodged Chunzong's attack and circled around the back of the sword. Its speed increased, and it stabbed at Chunzong's heart. It wanted to pierce through his heart. For no reason, Chunzong felt his heart palpitate. His two swords circled and slashed. Two beautiful sword lights crossed each other and sealed all of the blood-red whip's changes. Suddenly, a group of figures broke out of the blood pool, carrying a dense bloody light. They shot toward Chunzong like 4 arrows. At a glance, Chunzong felt that the 4 figures looked familiar. However, the 4 figures had already approached him. Their terrifying killing intent swept over Chunzong, making him shiver all over. Chunzong swung his 2 swords in a circle to block the attack of the 4 blood-red lights. The blood-red long whip was like a viper that was waiting for an opportunity to strike. It slithered through the blind spots and pierced through Chunzong's back toward his heart. A pincer attack from 5 sides increased the pressure on Chunzong. However, Chunzong's figure flashed and was swept away by a burst of illusory light. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. "Why are you guys here?" After dodging all the attacks, Chunzong also clearly saw the 4 figures that were suffused with blood-red light. His expression suddenly changed greatly. The 4 people were the 4 who had entered the cave with him not long ago. They were all core disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. They had entered the cave with him not long ago and had only separated at the first fork. Now, they had become like this. Covered in bloody light, their faces were cold, and their eyes were indifferent. It was as if they did not recognize Chunzong. It felt like they were 4 puppets. The 4 people were completely under his control. Regardless of what Chunzong was thinking, they launched another attack. Although these 4 people were the core disciples of their respective mountains, the strongest among them had only reached the 1st level. They were no match for Chunzong at all. However, they had become even more powerful after being enveloped by the blood-red light. At the very least, their strength had increased by 30%. Even so, they were still no match for Chunzong. Under the 2 swords, the 4 people were repelled one after another. They were all core disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and had never had any conflicts with each other. Naturally, Chunzong would not kill them at once. However, the 4 people who were knocked back were not hurt at all. The bloody light around them blocked all the attacks for them. They pounced again, and the bloody long whip was waiting for an opportunity to attack. Dark Strike. Chunzong swung his sword. The minor sword intent was integrated with 3 sword intents. The grayish-white sword light with traces of red tore the sky apart and broke the bloody long whip. The other sword drew an arc in the air, once again pushing back the 4 figures and scattering the blood-red light on their bodies. Taking advantage of the situation, Chunzong attacked again with his sword. The invisible sword energy penetrated into the four people's bodies and destroyed their strength. They could not attack again for a while. However, something strange happened. Two more people broke out of the blood pool at a faster speed. The bloody light around them was more than twice as strong as before. They were like two bloody meteors. Boom! In an instant, they collided. The two bloody lights were knocked back. Chunzong was also knocked back. His two swords were trembling and his arms were slightly numb. Strong. Very strong. They were at least of the second level. The bloody light was very strong. However, at the moment of collision, Chunzong also saw the faces of the two people. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. They were both unfamiliar faces. The two people landed on the ground and rushed toward Chunzong at an even faster speed. Dark strike. Since he did not know them, Chunzong would not be polite. His two swords pierced through the air. The sword light tore the sky apart and attacked the two people at the same time. Chunzong had also made some adjustments to the dark strike. He strengthened and weakened the minor sword intent according to the characteristics of the sword itself. However, its power was not weakened. Instead, it became stronger. The bloody light around the two people was broken. The sharp swords left two sword marks on their bodies. They were so deep that their bones could be seen. However, the two people did not seem to feel anything. They rushed toward Chunzong again without fear of death. Chunzong frowned slightly. If that was the case, then they could not blame him for killing them. Edge of Dark Jade. The sword pierced through the air and cut through the bloody light around the two people again. It was irresistible. The sword cut through the two people's bodies and cut them in half. However, there was no blood. It was as if the blood in their bodies had already disappeared. Edge of Dark Jade, there was nothing it could not cut. No matter how strong the two people were, their bodies could not be reconnected after being cut in half. Chunzong held his swords with both hands. A sharp aura surrounded his body. It was as if countless swords were cutting back and forth. His eyes were sharp and cold as he stared at the blood pool. Come out. His tone was cold and solemn. It was like the sound of metal clashing. Chunzong was sure that there must be something in the blood pool. Something special. It might be a human, or it might not be a human. Chunzong's voice fell, but the blood pool did not move. Chunzong shook his swords. Dozens of swords broke through the air and rushed toward the sky. They drew beautiful trajectories and reached dozens of meters in the air. Then, they fell like meteors. Chunzong frowned and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, bubbles appeared on the surface of the blood pool, making gurgling sounds. As the bubbles popped, the blood pool began to emit scarlet light. Chunzong's face became more and more serious. He felt an evil aura slowly spreading from the bubbling blood pool. It was as if some kind of evil was awakening. Immediately, all the red light contracted to the center. A huge blood-colored bubble quietly appeared. It did not burst. Instead, it flew up and suspended above the blood pool. A figure could be vaguely seen inside. As the huge blood-colored bubble appeared, the evil aura became more and more intense. It made Chunzong feel uneasy. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure in the blood-colored bubble. Suddenly, the blood-colored bubble shrank rapidly and was absorbed by the figure. The figure, which looked a little thin, seemed to become fuller, like a balloon being blown up. The evil aura also became stronger. A chilly wind whistled, causing the temperature in the cave to drop a lot. When the blood-colored bubble was completely absorbed, a figure appeared clearly in front of Chunzong. It was suspended above the blood pool. He was only wearing a pair of blood-red bloomers. A blood-red cloak hung naturally on his shoulders. His hair was like weeds. His face was skinny. His sunken eye sockets made his eyes look deeper and darker, like the eyes of an evil ghost. His cheeks were sunken and his cheekbones were prominent. His upper body, which was not covered by clothes, was also skinny. The ribs on both sides were clearly visible. His skinny arms were covered with blood-red wrist guards covered with strange patterns, similar to those on the cloak on his back and the bloomers on his lower body. These patterns were very strange, like some kind of symbol. Putting aside his eyes and his blood-red attire, he looked like a starving refugee. However, Chunzong definitely did not think so, because the aura this person was emitting was incomparably evil, something he had never seen before in his life. Moreover, this kind of aura seemed to be even stronger than a pseudo-transcendent. Transcendent realm. This is a transcendent realm master. Chunzong's heart couldn't help sinking. His current strength was indeed quite good. Among the pseudo-transcendent realm, he could be considered one of the best, but compared with a real transcendent realm master, there was still a clear gap. This was a fundamental difference, like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon, or the difference between a kitten and a big tiger. Lowly bug, you actually dared to wake me up. The gloomy voice was extremely hoarse, like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other, causing Chunzong's eardrums to feel uncomfortable. Immediately, the figure landed on top of the blood pool and stared at him with sunken eyes, causing Chunzong's body to involuntarily tighten, as if he was being bound by an invisible force. A chill uncontrollably emerged from the depths of his heart and instantly spread throughout his body, causing Chunzong to feel cold and numb, as if his vitality and strength had become sluggish, almost solidifying. Terrifying. Incomparably terrifying. Compared to any other Lamiter Chunzong had encountered before, the feeling Chunzong felt was far more terrifying. Even Xia Yuanshan had not given him such a creepy feeling. It was like a kind of suppression, an indescribable suppression that had nothing to do with strength. Suppressing the chill and fear that continued to emerge in his heart, Chunzong gripped his swords tightly and asked, "Who are you?" "I, weak insect. Are you asking about this demon envoy's identity?" The gloomy voice sounded again. "This demon envoy is one of the demon envoys under the blood foam banner of Heaven Ancient Demon Temple. Your vitality is very vigorous, actually pure yang. If I absorb your vitality, this demon envoy will be able to recover more of his strength." The moment he finished speaking, the demon envoy waved his hand, and the blood-red cloak behind him fluttered as if it was blown by a gust of wind. A ray of blood-red light shot towards Chunzong like a bird. Chapter 676. With a flash of blood, Chunzong was sent flying. The attack was too fast and difficult to dodge. More importantly, the opponent's evil aura was extremely tyrannical, as if it could corrode one's bones and corrode one's soul. Chunzong's reaction was a step slower. His entire body slammed into the wall of the cave, emitting a rumbling sound like that of a drum. Landing on the ground, Chunzong's face was slightly pale, and he looked a little surprised. Just now, when the other party attacked, he felt a chill that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. He thought that he was dead for sure. But now, he realized that he was only lightly injured. With his self-healing ability, this kind of light injury could be healed very quickly. However, there was a cold and evil energy that was constantly invading his body and destroying his blood. His pure yang blood chi surged and filled the air with an amazing heat, resisting the cold and evil energy and quickly dispelling it. "You actually resisted." The blood demon envoy seemed a little surprised. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of him and instantly arrived. Raising his hand, he sent out a blood-red palm, shattering the sword light, but at the same time he also shattered. He's not a transcendent. Maybe he used to be a transcendent, but for some reason, he doesn't have the strength of a transcendent anymore. "I can fight." These three thoughts flashed through Chunzong's mind. He once again attacked with his sword and closed in on his opponent. Weak insect. The blood demon envoy was furious. If he hadn't been seriously injured, causing his strength to drop significantly and fall below the transcendent realm, he would have killed as many of these insects as he could. Who knew how many insects had died at his hands in the past? Now, a humble and weak insect dared to attack him. Although he thought so, the blood demon envoy's reaction was very fast. He immediately attacked, his blood-red claws grabbing towards Chunzong. Countless blood-red energy streams wrapped around his claws, each one extremely sharp, like the sharpest sword, shot towards Chunzong from all directions. In an instant, Chunzong felt like he was being cut to pieces. However, after thinking it through, Chunzong's mentality changed. He no longer felt the feeling of being suppressed and restricted. Instead, he unleashed all of his power. With his two swords in hand, he slashed out countless sword lights, shattering the blood-red streams of chi. Dark strike. Chunzong's sword collided with his opponent's blood-red claw. While both attacks were disintegrated, Chunzong's second sword slashed at his opponent's chest. The incomparably sharp sword cut open the other party's chest, but no blood flowed out. Furthermore, the wound quickly healed. Even so, the blood demon envoy was about to explode from anger. He had actually been injured by a lowly insect. This was unforgivable. On the other hand, Chunzong had the opposite idea. His sword was able to injure his opponent. Although the wound healed immediately, it also meant that he had the ability to threaten his opponent. His heart calmed down, and his two-sword became even sharper. Kill, kill, kill. The combination of the Anata sharp sword and the Anata sharp sword was extremely sharp. Every single strike could cleave through the sky. Nothing could stop it. Now that Chunzong's cultivation base had reached the peak of 9-star, his mental power had been further enhanced. He could perform a move like the Gray Strike 50 to 60 times in a row. Under Chunzong's rhythmic control, it would not be a problem for him to perform it 70 to 80 times. Sky-ripping Blood Claw. The blood demon envoy waved his hand, and a huge blood-red claw immediately appeared behind him. It instantly solidified and clawed at Chunzong. It was as if the entire space was being crushed, trying to tear Chunzong into pieces. Chunzong's expression was solemn. He could feel the terrifying power contained within the blood-red claw. However, for some reason, the hidden power could not be fully unleashed. Only a small part of it could be unleashed. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. It was comparable to a fake Ling Wu with 4 lesser true meanings. Anata sharp sword. With a slash, the jade-white sword light tore the blood-red claw apart, and it went straight for the blood demon envoy. The blood demon envoy's expression suddenly changed. However, he could not dodge or block the attack. His chest was hit by the sword again, and he was sent flying. He crashed into the cave wall, and there was a sword wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. His body was almost cut in half. He was both shocked and angry. His skinny face was extremely ferocious, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his dark and evil eyes. Just a little bit, and his body would have been cut in half. You deserve to die, a ghostly voice echoed. The blood demon envoy's arms shook, and the calm blood pool suddenly rippled. Like a water tornado, it rushed out and attacked the blood demon envoy. With a violent roar, the entire cave shook as if it was about to collapse. Chunzong slashed out with both of his swords, but they were shattered by the blood-red tornado. The evil aura continued to increase. When the blood-red tornado disappeared, the blood demon envoy's appearance changed drastically. He was no longer as skinny as before. Instead, his body was full and strong, and his skin was glowing with a bloody light. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the blood demon envoy's body. One could vaguely see layers of ripples around his body. Chunzong's expression became even more solemn. Die! With a thunderous roar, the blood demon envoy punched out. The moment he punched out, the blood-red fist print was already heading towards Chunzong's face. The terrifying punch was like a meteorite that could shatter mountains. There was no time to dodge or use any movement techniques. He could only raise his sword to meet the attack. The punch caused the sword to bend. Chunzong could feel an extremely violent power blasting towards him. The power of Yin instantly passed through the sword and into his body, causing his blood to tremble and his internal organs to ache. Chunzong felt as though his blood was about to be corroded and destroyed. The Void Sword force circulated and instantly used his body as a battlefield to disperse the evil power that had invaded his body. The Blood Demon Envoy's second attack followed. Power of Blue Jade. Both of his swords returned to their sheaths. He held the hilt of the True Force sword with both of his hands and suddenly pulled it out. Carrying the power of thousands of mountains, he burst out with all of his strength. The thick, jade-white sword light was like the Milky Way pouring down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Clash! The violent chi bombarded and the hard ground was shattered. The sharp rocks above were also broken and fell to the ground. After the second shock, they were turned into dust. Chunzongji was pushed back by the powerful rebounding force. He only stopped when he reached the wall of the cave. Then, he flew forward, holding his heavy sword with both hands, and unleashed a series of violent attacks. Every strike carried the weight of a mountain as it viciously slashed at the Blood Demon Envoy. After absorbing the power of the Blood Pool, the Blood Demon Envoy was even more powerful. Facing Chunzong's heavy sword, he had no intention of dodging at all. His arms with the blood-red bracers swelled up and became as thick as thighs. Blue veins crawled on his arms like poisonous snakes. His enlarged fists were covered in a thick layer of bloody light as he punched out fiercely. His attacks seemed simple, but they contained several different kinds of power, making each punch more powerful. This was a fist art that returned to its original state. The moment each punch hit the sword, Chunzong would feel several different kinds of power entangling and attacking him. He had to spend more effort to resolve them. Drill, bang, go, twist. After another collision, the Blood Demon Envoy was surprised to find that his opponent's heavy sword also contained several different kinds of power. When it collided with his fists, they canceled each other out and turned the situation around. The Blood Demon Envoy's eyes darkened. This kind of talent was too shocking. Even in the golden age of geniuses 1,000 years ago, this kind of talent could be ranked among the top. This kind of person had to be killed. Otherwise, he would become an obstacle to the rise of the ancient demon palace in the future. With a loud roar, the Blood Demon Envoy's upper body suddenly trembled and swelled up, becoming abnormally thick. His right arm was also affected and swelled up again, becoming as thick as a waist. The blue veins were like pythons, blood breaking 1,000 miles. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the millstone-sized right arm clenched into a fist and fiercely punched towards Chunzong like a meteor. Under the huge, bloody fist, the air was violently compressed, creating an earth-shattering boom. The wind whistled as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Endless bloody light filled Chunzong's eyes. An extremely terrifying pressure bombarded his body, making Chunzong feel as if his vitality was collapsing and his body was being torn apart. Sword of Intent. Without any hesitation, Chunzong instantly released most of his spiritual energy and condensed it into a Sword of Intent. The Sword of Intent pierced through the air and silently, but fiercely stabbed towards the Blood Demon Envoy's forehead. There was no way to dodge or defend. The Blood Demon Envoy's face suddenly changed and twisted in an instant. He felt as if his knowledge sea had been pierced and his head was in pain. However, the Blood Demon Envoy was still a transcendent realm master. Even if his strength had regressed due to his severe injuries and his knowledge sea had temporarily degenerated, he was still not someone a pseudo-transcendent realm master could compare to. The Sword of Intent that Chunzong used half of his spiritual energy could not cause any damage to the Blood Demon Envoy. However, the moment of pain still affected the Blood Demon Envoy, causing his energy to fluctuate and his punch to pause slightly. The opportunity was fleeting and Chunzong seized it. His figure flashed and disappeared under the Blood Demon Envoy's terrifying punch. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out, causing the Blood Demon Envoy's face to change greatly. However, he was unable to effectively deal with it since he had already used the blood-rupturing 1,000 miles. The Sword of Intent slashed out, and a jade-white sword light seemed to compress the power of a mountain. Strength of Blue Jade. This was just the beginning. Edge of Blue Jade. Sharpness of Blue Jade. Speed of Blue Jade. The moment the Sword of Intent was unsheathed, all the aura in the cave was drawn and condensed into a tyrannical half-step sword force. Force of Blue Jade. Slash. The first 4 swords slashed the Blood Demon Envoy's tyrannical body, breaking through the bloody light and directly cutting into his body. However, they did not cause any fatal injuries. However, these 4 swords made it difficult for the Blood Demon Envoy to move, allowing the force of Blue Jade to reach him. The combination of half-step sword force and sword force was even more astonishing. It could be said to be the most tyrannical sword move Chunzong had. Poochie! A hair-raising sound rang out as the Blood Demon Envoy's tyrannical body was cut in half. A shrill scream reverberated in the cave, extremely harsh to the ears. The Blood Demon Envoy turned into a bloody light and rushed out of the cave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Even if Chunzong wanted to chase after him, he could only watch helplessly as the Blood Demon Envoy fled. However, with his body cut in half If it were anyone else, they would already be dead. This blood demon envoy's methods were amazing. Although he could still escape, it should not have been easy for him. Chapter 677. Ancient Demon Temple. Blood Demon Flag. Demon Envoy. Standing next to the blood pool, Chunzong furrowed his brow. Instinctively, Chunzong felt uneasy from the bottom of his heart. Forget it. Even if the sky falls, it's not my turn to hold it up. Unable to understand, Chunzong shook his head. In the end, he was just a small pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. There were many transcendent realm masters above him. But when I go back, I'll have to report this to Master. Maybe he can understand. After saying that, Chunzong appeared next to the 4 controlled remote Yuan Heavenly Sect disciples and carefully examined them. It's hopeless. He sighed softly and couldn't help but lament. The blood in these 4 people had already disappeared. In other words, they were already dead when they were caught by the Blood Demon Envoy. Their blood was probably absorbed by the Blood Demon Envoy to heal his injuries. If he was caught, the consequences would be the same. Fortunately, he was strong enough, and fortunately, the other party was unable to display their full strength for some reason. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong picked up the 4 people's mustard seed bags and found the blood spirit stones in them. There were a total of 32 pieces, which was equivalent to 3,200 sect merit points. As for the other things, Chunzong did not touch them. He sorted out a mustard seed bag and stored the 4 corpses in it, preparing to bring them back to the remote Yuan Heavenly Sect. However, Chunzong did not leave immediately. His eyes fell on the blood pool. Because of the Blood Demon Envoy, the blood in the blood pool had been absorbed, leaving only a thin layer. Chunzong could vaguely see wisps of bloody light shining. After cleaning up the blood in the blood pool, Chunzong's breathing became rapid. There were very few things that could make him so excited, but it was because there was a layer of blood spirit stones at the bottom of the blood pool. The flashing red light made Chunzong feel like he was going to be blinded. He immediately started digging. After spending half a day, Chunzong finally dug out all the blood spirit stones at the bottom of the blood pool. It was a bountiful harvest. There were more than 130 low-grade blood spirit stones, 18 mid-grade blood spirit stones, and 3 high-grade blood spirit stones. Including the low-grade blood spirit stones he had obtained before, if he exchanged them for sect merit points, he would have more than 36,000 merit points. Although it couldn't be compared to the 100,000 merit points that his master had given him previously, it still felt different since he had earned it himself. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong calmed himself down. Relying on his excellent memory, he quickly left the cave. After walking out of the cave, Chunzong looked back and suddenly had a thought. Does the person who brought us to this cave know about the situation here? There were 2 kinds of situations, knowing or not knowing. If it was the former, then it meant that the other party had been planning this for a long time. It was possible that they weren't deliberately targeting them, but rather casting a net. As long as someone accepted the Blood Spirit Essence Stone mission, there was a chance they would be targeted. If it was the latter, it could only be said that he was unlucky. Of course, for Chunzong now, he was very lucky. Whether it was the case or not, he would return at Sanyu Mountain and report to his master. Then he would make a decision. Turning into a flowing light, Chunzong quickly left the mountain peak and headed out of Honyuan Mountain. Traveling at full speed, Chunzong returned to the Taiyuan Heaven Sect 2 days later. He went directly to Sanyu Mountain and sent a message to his master on the way. Sanyu Palace. The ancient demonic palace. The master of Sanyu Mountain looked serious and then murmured to himself, "Has it come back from the ashes?" Chunzong stood below. After reporting all the information, the master of Sanyu Mountain looked serious. From his expression and eyes, Chunzong saw shock and deep fear. The longer Chunzong stayed in the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, the more shocked he was by the strength of the sect. Until now, he still didn't know how powerful the Taiyuan Heaven Sect was. He only knew that the master of Sanyu Mountain was an expert in the late stage of the profound heaven realm. On Chaotian Island, the profound heaven realm experts in the so-called high-rank sect were only in the early stage of the profound heaven realm. What kind of power was the ancient demonic palace to be able to make an expert in the late stage of the profound heaven realm feel shock and fear? Was it not weaker than the Taiyuan heaven sect? Qinzong took out the 4 corpses. The master of Tsanyu Mountain looked at them and didn't say anything. He just left the 4 corpses behind. You should keep this to yourself. Remember not to spread it. The Azure Feather Mountain Lord's gaze landed on Luo Zhong and Qinzong, and an unprecedented solemnness could be seen in his eyes. You must also remember that in the future, if you encounter anyone from the ancient Sky Devil Hall, kill them if you can. You must not show mercy at all. If you're not their match, flee if you can, and don't hesitate. Yes, master. Qinzong also answered seriously. From the master of Tsangyu Mountain's words, Qinzong clearly felt the master of Tsangyu Mountain's fear of the ancient demonic palace. He was very curious, but since his master didn't say anything, Qinzong also understood that the level of the ancient demonic palace was too high. It wasn't something he could come into contact with now. Okay, you can leave now. Cultivate well. If there is a chance, challenge an invincible master. If you can become an invincible master, it will be unimaginably beneficial for you to break through to the transcendent realm. The master of Tsangyu Mountain encouraged. Yes, master. Qinzong bowed and slowly left Tsangyu Mountain. He then turned and walked down the mountain. He didn't return to High Cliff Pavilion. Instead, he went to Myriad Administration Hall through the portal. I found 3 low-grade blood spirit essence stones. I found 5. Stepping into Myriad Administration Hall, Qinzong heard many discussions about the blood spirit essence stones. The mission of collecting blood spirit essence stones was a mission that anyone could accept. As long as one was an official disciple, most of them would accept it. Then, they would go to Hong Yuan Mountain alone or in groups to search for them. You're all very good. I only found 1. Hong Yuan Mountain was a place where blood flowed for thousands of miles due to a great battle. As a result, treasures like blood spirit essence stones were formed, but after many years of digging, there were fewer and fewer of them. Sometimes, one might not even find them. In less than 10 days, one could find a few blood spirit essence stones and obtain a few hundred merit points from a sect. For most disciples, it was a great harvest. Amazing! I actually found a mid-rank blood spirit essence stone. Qinzong waited in line. There were many people who turned in this mission. 5, 10. There were even some that reached 20, which had already caused a series of exclamations. In less than 10 days, he had gained 2,000 merit points. It was very amazing. Most of the blood spirit essence stones were low-grade. If a mid-rank one appeared, it would definitely cause a commotion. As for a high-rank one, it had not appeared yet. Finally, it was Qinzong's turn. In the Taiyuan Sky sect, Qinzong's reputation was not very resounding because he kept a low profile. As for the previous grudge between him and Mingguang Mountain, it was only spread in a certain circle. The scope was limited. But this time, Qinzong's name was destined to be widely known. The red light flashed, almost blinding everyone's eyes. An astonishing blood chi fluctuation spread out and pervaded the surroundings. Everyone in the Wanji Hall felt their blood chi become restless. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and their mouths were so wide open that a fist could be stuffed in. There was a large pile of blood-red stones on the table. They were low-rank blood spirit essence stones. Low-rank blood spirit essence stones, 186. The person in charge of the Wanji Hall stuttered. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but feel surprised. There were too many. At least since he entered the Wanji Hall decades ago, this had never happened. A total of 18,600 merit points. Junior brother, please take out your identity token. His tone returned to normal, but it was much softer than before. Wait a moment. Qinzong took out other blood spirit essence stones. There's more. That's a mid-rank blood spirit essence stone. 3. Go. When Qinzong took out the 3 high-grade blood spirit essence stones, the eyes of those who knew what was good for them widened even more. Their eyeballs bulged out of their sockets as they trembled and stammered, unable to speak a complete sentence. Okay. Qinzong stood with his hands behind his back. Junior brother, Wait a moment. After a round of calculation, Chunzong finally received 36,600 merit points, all of which were stored in his identity token. After receiving the merit points, he quickly left under the shocked gazes of the crowd. He returned to Green Feather Mountain and went straight to the martial arts stage. Chunzong, who entered the martial arts stage to comprehend and cultivate, did not know that from today onwards, his name would spread throughout the Tai Yuan Sky sect. More than 36,000 merit points. That's too scary. He actually obtained so many merit points in one go. This is unprecedented. This Chunzong's luck is really heaven-defying. He actually obtained so many Blood Spirit Essence Stones in one go. Not only are there mid-rank Blood Spirit Essence Stones, but there are also high-rank ones. Where did he get them? So many Blood Spirit Essence Stones. Maybe he stole them. There were also people who were jealous. But no matter what, Chunzong's name had truly entered the ears of every disciple. Some people were shocked, while others were aghast. One of them was the person who had led Chunzong's group to the Blood Devil Envoy's cave. He had thought that with the Blood Devil Envoy's strength, Chunzong's group would die without a doubt. He had not expected Chunzong to come back alive and even bring back a large number of Blood Spirit Essence Stones. As far as I know, high-rank Blood Spirit Essence Stones can only be obtained from the bottom of the blood pool. Lord Blood Devil Envoy can't have let others take them away. Feng Yuan was restless, his thoughts turning rapidly. Could it be that Lord Blood Devil Envoy was defeated? Feng Yuan was not sure whether the Blood Devil Envoy was defeated or Chunzong was subdued. Let's leave first. Feng Yuan made a prompt decision and immediately moved. However, he was intercepted before he could go down the mountain. The one who intercepted him was the Zhen Yuan guards. Although Feng Yuan's strength was not weak, facing the well-prepared Zhen Yuan guards, he did not have much strength to resist. He was directly captured and taken away, unable to even commit suicide. When Chunzong came out of the martial arts stage, he received a message from his master, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord. It has been confirmed that the cave is indeed the cave of the Blood Devil Banner of the ancient Sky Demon Hall. However, after being injured by you, no one knows where he escaped to. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord said, in view of your merit, the sect has decided to reward you with merit points. Hand over your token. Chapter 678. The sky was blue, and wisps of pure white clouds were drifting in the sky, making it seem even more boundless. A black shadow slowly floated over from afar, blotting out the sky and emitting a wave of vast and mighty aura. It was a round flying boat with a radius of 10,000 meters. It was completely black and emitted an ice-cold luster as if it was cast from 10,000 years old cold iron. When that huge black flying boat flew over a city, a huge shadow shrouded it and a majestic aura filled the air. Everyone in the city was greatly shocked and couldn't help but look up at the sky. That is, at the bottom of that huge black flying boat, there was a huge character. Martial. It's the flying boat of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. This is the Taiyuan continent. Why would the flying boat of the ultimate martial heavenly sect appear here with great fanfare? The ultimate martial heavenly sect and the ultimate martial heavenly sect were both part of the 8 heavenly sects of the Blue Waves continent. Regardless of strength or background, they were on par. Moreover, the ultimate martial heavenly sect governed the ultimate martial heavenly sect, and the Taiyuan continent bordered each other. I know. Tomorrow is the triennial sect tournament of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. The purpose of the flying boat of the ultimate martial heavenly sect is to watch the tournament. Yes, it must be so. The ultimate sect tournament of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. I also want to watch it. Me too. Everyone revealed a yearning expression. Stop dreaming. The ultimate martial heavenly sect is not a place you can enter. For ordinary martial artists, the ultimate martial heavenly sect was a high and mighty existence. They could only watch from afar and couldn't approach it. Although it was beautiful and breathtaking, they couldn't touch it. Only those high-grade sects were qualified to enter the ultimate martial heavenly sect to watch the tournament. As for those low-grade and middle-grade sects, it was very difficult, unless there was something special about them. As for rogue cultivators, it was even more difficult, unless they were extremely reputable figures among rogue cultivators. However, they were very rare. Why did so many people want to watch the tournament? It was very simple. The disciples of the ultimate martial heavenly sect had outstanding talent and strength. The battle between them would certainly be very exciting. This was only one aspect. Another aspect was that if they could watch the battle between experts, it would also be very beneficial. Although they couldn't watch the tournament, they couldn't help but discuss it. I wonder if there's anyone in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect worthy of my challenge? A black-robed young man stood alone on the edge of the flying boat with a cold expression. He looked out through the crystal window and saw the blue sky, white clouds, and thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. He was talking to himself, but no one could give him an answer. No wonder it's the #1 mountain in the Tai Yuan continent. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is much richer than in our mountain. Under the lead of a few elders, a group of young men and women dressed in uniform quickly came from afar. They arrived at Super Yuan Mountain and climbed up the stairs, chatting nonstop along the way. Wave after wave of people arrived. They were the elders and disciples of the various upper-class sects in the Tai Yuan continent. The elders led the disciples, who were carefully selected and worthy of training, came to watch the battle. On the one hand, they wanted to see the strength of the top disciples of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect to motivate themselves. On the other hand, they wanted to broaden their knowledge. When you're in the Tai Yuan heaven sect, behave yourselves. Remember not to clash with the disciples of the Tai Yuan heaven sect. The elders clearly explained, and those disciples also understood this point. That was the Tai Yuan heaven sect, the #1 overlord of the Tai Yuan continent. It was one of the top forces of the Blue Waves continent. Even if their sect joined forces, they still couldn't resist it. If they had a conflict with the disciples of the Tai Yuan heaven sect in the territory of the Tai Yuan heaven sect, they would be killed without a way to redress their grievances. And if they killed the people of the Tai Yuan heaven sect, the consequences would be even more miserable. It was more likely that the sect would suffer a disaster. Junior brother, tomorrow is the sect competition. In the Lingya pavilion, Yu Zhengxiao and Chun Zong were separated by a small table. They were sitting cross-legged on a praying mat made of spirit-calming silk. There were several exquisite dishes on the small table, as well as a pot of wine and 2 wine cups filled with amber-colored wine. Senior brother's strength has reached the 2nd level, right? Chun Zong said with a smile. Junior brother has sharp eyes. Yu Zhengxiao didn't deny it. Although it's a slight improvement, I don't have much certainty to enter the top 10. There weren't many core disciples in each of the Tai Yuan 7 mountains. There were roughly 30 to 40 of them. Altogether, there were less than 300. There weren't many who had reached the 1st level, but there were still a considerable number of them. There were even fewer who had reached the 2nd level. But in this period of time, there were more than 10. Therefore, Yu Zhengxiao said that he didn't have much confidence to enter the top 10. Junior brother, I can't see through your depth. But with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 3, right? Yu Zhengxiao said again. The top 3 is no problem. Chun Zong smiled. Of course, his true goal wasn't the top 3, but the throne of 1st place. After the mission of collecting blood spirit essence stones, Chun Zong didn't go out again. Instead, he wholeheartedly cultivated and improved himself as much as possible. With more than 36,000 merit points and the reward of 100,000 merit points from the sect, Chun Zong suddenly had the capital to enter the Wuzhen realm and martial arts realm at will. Chun Zong basically went back and forth between the martial arts realm and Wuzhen realm. In more than 2 months, Chun Zong entered the Wuzhen realm 10 times and the martial arts realm 10 times. Entering the martial arts realm more times didn't mean better. After each time, Chun Zong would spend a few days to consolidate his foundation. A total of 20 times added up to 60,000 merit points. Chun Zong still had more than 76,000 merit points left in his identity token. 10 times in the Wuzhen realm and 10 times in the martial arts realm allowed Chun Zong to continuously improve. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9-star level and couldn't go any further, Chun Zong didn't know what level his strength had reached. The only thing he was certain of was the 3rd level. But the third level was also divided into strong and weak. The sect tournament might be an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Thinking about it, Chunzong was a little excited. When one's strength reached his level, it was a little awkward. Above him was the transcendent realm, which he couldn't resist. Below him, it would be difficult to find an opponent. This time, Yu Zhengxiao didn't look for Chunzong to spar. The two drank a little wine and chatted for a while before Yu Zhengxiao took his leave. Tomorrow was the sect tournament, so he needed to be in good condition to greet it. When the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect's airship arrived, a group of people from the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect walked down from the airship and were received by the people of the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect. The Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect was about as strong as the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect, so the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect didn't neglect them. As for the people from the high-rank sect forces in the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect, of course, there were people in charge of receiving them, but it wasn't as grand. All of this had nothing to do with Chunzong. At night, the Super Yuan Mountain was even more lively than usual, but Chunzong stayed in the towering cliff pavilion to cultivate. This was also the choice of many disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, in order to be in a better state to welcome the battle that was about to begin tomorrow. Sect tournament. Once every 3 years. The night passed quickly. At dawn, the sun rose slowly into the sky, sprinkling light and warmth across the land. The ultimate 7 mountains suddenly came to life. All of the official disciples of the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect gathered in their respective mountains. The preparatory disciples didn't have this qualification. They weren't even official disciples, so they could only feel envy. All of the official disciples gathered at the top of Dark Feather Mountain. Normally, this place was under the jurisdiction of the elders and mountain lords, but it was different today. As far as the eye could see, there was a black mass of human heads. The mountain breeze blew past, still carrying the chill from last night, but couldn't blow away the fire in everyone's hearts. Disciples, when the minor origin realm opens, you will enter in order. Remember not to fight for it, an earth-grade elder said loudly, his vigorous voice reaching everyone's ears. The minor origin realm, Shenzong muttered. The triennial tournament of the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect wasn't held in the Ultimate Mountain, but in a small independent space called the Minor Origin Realm. It was said that the Minor Origin Realm was created by the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect's founder and had been passed down since then. The Minor Origin Realm had extraordinary significance. Each time, it required the strength of 7 profound Sky Realm experts to open. These 7 profound Sky Realm experts were chosen from the Ultimate 7 mountains. Profound Sky Realm experts could fly in the air. It seemed to be a kind of instinct. 7 figures hovered in the air above the Ultimate Mountain, emitting astonishing auras that seemed to compete with the radiant sun in the sky. Countless gazes stared at them from below. A group of people stood in a corner of the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect. There weren't many of them, only 10 in total. The robes they wore clearly didn't belong to the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a tall body and broad shoulders. He stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a long, form-fitting green robe that made his body seem even more imposing. His eyes were incomparably deep, like 2 whirlpools. His entire body emitted an indistinct aura. The 9 young men and women standing behind him also had powerful auras. They had all reached the peak of the 9th star, but their specific strength was unclear. The Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect's Minor Origin Realm should be about the same as our Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect's Combat Martial Realm, one of the young men said. It should be, the other young men replied. Only a black-robed young man didn't speak. At this moment, the bodies of the 7 Sky Profound Realm experts that were floating in the air shook. Their incomparably tyrannical auras were like the overflowing waters of the sea, traversing the heavens. Amidst the vast and mighty auras, it was as if a myriad of lightning bolts had descended to the world, striking the air and causing violent winds to howl, blowing in all directions. The strength of the fierce winds seemed to cause every mountain to sway. The white clouds in the sky fluctuated, like the rolling waves of a long river. The 7 profound Sky Realm experts waved their arms one after another. Their extremely powerful, profound sky realm spirit energy drew in the power of heaven and earth. It gradually turned from formless to tangible, as if it was about to condense into a substance, emitting an extremely frightening pressure. Soon after, the 7 profound sky realm experts stretched their arms forward, as if they were deep in the void. Their 5 fingers clenched tightly, as if they were holding on to something. Their arms swelled up, and then they pulled back fiercely. Rumble. It was as if an invisible mountain was traversing through the void. Their excessively large bodies collided with the air, causing an astonishing sound to burst forth from the friction, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Chapter 679. I've caught a cold again. My nose is stuffed, my throat hurts, and my stomach hurts. Don't ask the Dominator why he's on his knees. It's just too uncomfortable. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the clear sky, shaking the air. The 7 profound sky experts unleashed their full strength. Under the gazes of the crowd, a faint ray of light appeared in the air. That ray of light was like divine light. It wasn't dazzling, but it was boundlessly resplendent. It branded itself into the depths of everyone's souls, never to be forgotten. Following that, 7 pure white beams of light that flickered with divine light descended from the sky, landing on the 7 great Yuan mountains. Starting from the official disciples, enter the minor origin realm in batches. As the elder's voice rang out, the official disciples walked towards the divine light in an orderly manner. The moment a group of 10 stepped into the light, they were instantly swallowed up and disappeared. It didn't take long for all the official disciples to enter the minor origin realm, followed by the elite disciples, then the core disciples, and finally the secret disciples and elders. However, not all of the elders entered the minor origin realm. There had to be someone who stayed behind to oversee the situation. Otherwise, if someone took advantage of this opportunity to attack, it would likely cause quite a bit of damage. As soon as he'd stepped into the minor origin realm, Chunzong could feel the extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing towards him and burrowing into his body of its own accord. Unfortunately, Chunzong's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th star, so there was no room for further improvement in this aspect. However, the dense and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously nourished his body, allowing him to be in peak condition. The minor origin realm was very, very large and vast. Its construction style was shockingly similar to a martial arena. It was entirely the color of white jade, as if it had been forged from an incomparably large piece of white jade. It was a startling sight to behold. The incomparably large heptagonal structure had hundreds of steps leading to each level. There were also numerous pavilions around it, and at the very center was a large, empty space. Each side of the heptagonal structure belonged to one of the prime 7 mountains. The pavilions were provided for spectators from the outside, such as the ultimate martial celestial sect and other sect members, as well as wandering cultivators who had the right to enter. Those who entered the minor origin realm were seated according to the different mountains. Chunzong and the others naturally sat in the area of Dark Feather Mountain. In the 7 mountains of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, there were more than 20,000 official disciples and more than 3,000 elite disciples. As for the core disciples, there were only a little more than 200, and the higher-level esoteric disciples were even fewer, totaling less than 50. There were only 100 or so spectators. After everyone had taken their seats, a figure flew up and hovered in the air above the arena. Looking around, it was a sky profound realm elder from Zhen Yuan Mountain. I. Sect. This elder. Now, this elder will announce the competition's rewards. Rewards. This was what all the disciples cared about. Everyone calmed their minds and focused their minds. It was as if they were clearing their ears again and again. They wanted to hear every word Elder Yuan just said clearly. The sect competition is divided into 3 grades. The lower grade competition is for official disciples, the middle grade competition is for elite disciples, and the upper grade competition is for core disciples. The reason why the secret disciples did not participate in the competition was that there were not many of them. Secondly, it was to keep it a secret. After all, every secret disciple was the true successor of the sect. Naturally, they would not allow their methods to be revealed in front of others. The rewards might be good, but every secret disciple had a high status and enjoyed good treatment. There was not much difference. The sect's competition was a big event for official disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. But for secret disciples, it was more normal. Therefore, not all secret disciples came. For example, Chunzong's second senior brother, Feng Shige, did not come. Third grade sect competition. Only the top 10 will be rewarded. The 10th place in the lower grade will be rewarded with 1,000 merit points and a bottle of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The 9th place in the lower grade will be rewarded with 2,000 merit points and 2 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The 8th place in the lower grade will be rewarded with 3,000 merit points and 3 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The 1st place in the lower grade will be rewarded with 10,000 merit points and 10 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. 1,000 merit points were equivalent to the value of 10 low-grade Blood Spirit Essence Stones. Moreover, all official disciples had a 7-star combat strength. It would be difficult for them to earn 1,000 merit points with such strength. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to earn 1,000 merit points without several months of hard work. The stronger one was, the easier it was to earn merit points. If one was not strong enough, they could only sigh. The Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pill was a unique pill of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect. It was said that it was refined from the bones of a flood dragon mixed with various precious materials. Taking it could refine the world energy and improve one's cultivation. For pseudo-transcendence with 7-star combat strength, the effect was very significant. It could also strengthen one's bones to a certain extent and strengthen one's physique. Each Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pill was very valuable. It required 200 merit points to exchange for 1 bottle, and there were 10 pills in 1 bottle. Hearing the rewards announced by Elder Yuanda, the hearts of the official disciples shook. Their breathing became rapid. They were all excited, especially those who felt that they had a chance to enter the top 10. They clenched their fists. If I could get a few Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills, I will definitely break through my limit and enter the 8-star rank. At that time, I will become an elite disciple. I will definitely enter the top 10. One by one, they made up their minds. Such rewards also made many elite disciples and even core disciples excited. Although the effect of the Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pill was not obvious for core disciples, the merit points reward was real. Even core disciples would have to spend a considerable amount of time to earn 1,000 merit points. But what really made them excited was that the rewards for official disciples were already so good. Wouldn't the rewards for elite disciples be even better? Then, wouldn't the rewards for core disciples be even more tempting? The 10th place in the intermediate great competition will be rewarded with 10,000 merit points and a bottle of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. As soon as Elder Yuanda's words came out, the elite disciples were immediately excited. The 10th place would be rewarded with 10,000 merit points. Even elite disciples would not be able to obtain it without more than a year of hard work. And this was only the 10th place. Compared with the rewards for official disciples, the thought of it made them extremely excited. Sure enough, the 9th place in the intermediate great competition would be rewarded with 20,000 merit points and 2 Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills and the Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills belong to the same series of pills, but the effect was better. Each Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pill required 500 merit points to exchange for. The first place in the intermediate great competition would be rewarded with 100,000 merit points and 10 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The official disciples were dumbfounded. The elite disciples were trembling with excitement. The core disciples were also surprised. 100,000 merit points. Shinzong was also a little dumbfounded. This kind of reward was really amazing. Elder Yuanda paused slightly and spoke again. The 10th place in the advanced great competition will be rewarded with 100,000 merit points and a bottle of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. Uproar. A huge uproar. The Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills were of a higher grade than the Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. Each pill was worth 2,000 merit points and had a significant effect on 9-star pseudo-transcendence. The ninth place would be rewarded with 200,000 merit points and 2 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The sex merit points were very useful. They could be exchanged for almost anything. As long as one had enough merit points, they could even ask the sex powerhouses to work for them. In short, the most practical and direct reward among all the rewards was the sex merit points. Everything else could be exchanged with the sex merit points. The reward for the first place in the Advanced Great Competition was an astonishing 1 million merit points and 10 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. A bottle of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills had 10 pills, each worth 20,000 merit points. 10 bottles were worth 200,000 merit points. The total was equivalent to 1,200,000 merit points. Every core disciple's eyes widened as their hearts raced uncontrollably. Their blood and chi surged like a torrent. Qinzong could even hear the roar of his blood and chi due to the high-speed flow of his blood and chi. What a big deal! The members of the ultimate martial sect and other sects widened their eyes in shock. Such a generous reward could be said to be the first time in 100 years. As for why such a generous reward was given, only the sect's upper echelons knew. Everyone, you've heard the reward clearly. Fight with all your strength. Elder Yuanda's voice was full of encouragement. Now, this elder announces the official start of the sect Great Competition. All official disciples who want to participate in the Advanced Sect Great Competition, prepare yourselves. As soon as the Elder Yuanda's voice fell, a rumbling sound rang out. In the center of the arena, in the huge open space, a total of 100 stages emerged. The elimination round of the Advanced Great Competition begins now. The 100 stages will be fought in a free-for-all to determine the final 100 champions. As soon as Elder Yuanda's voice fell, the official disciples leaped up and rushed towards the stages. More than 20,000 official disciples moved one after another, densely packed like a swarm of locusts, directly covering the sky and the earth from all directions. All official disciples had to participate. There were a total of more than 28,000 people. On average, there were more than 280 people in each stage. However, it was not so evenly distributed. It could be seen that some stages had slightly more people, while some stages had slightly fewer people. Each of them chose the most advantageous position to stand. Their eyes were incomparably vigilant as they stared at their surroundings. This was because the entire stage was filled with enemies except for themselves. How could one survive in such a free-for-all to become the champion? Not only did it require luck, but it also required extraordinary strength. There was no such thing as luck. Begin. As soon as Elder Yuanda's voice fell, every official disciple standing on the stage burst out with an astonishing aura fluctuation, rolling up a gust of wind that whistled incessantly. Chapter 680. It was a chaotic battle, an extremely fierce, chaotic battle. Saber lights, sword shadows, fists, and kicks were all over the place. Countless energies and lights gathered together to form countless sounds. The wind howled and the lightning surged like waves, water, smoke, and fog. Every official disciple standing in the ring had at least the combat prowess of the early stage of the 7-star state. If they were on Chaotian Island, they would be top-notch swordsmen. Because of the inheritance of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, each of them was stronger than the early stage of the 7-star state on Chaotian Island. Fight, fight, fight! The energies roared like violent thunderbolts. The momentum was extremely terrifying. People were constantly knocked out of the arena and fell to the ground, disqualified. As the number of people in the arena decreased, the battle became more and more intense. Because those who were able to stay were all very strong, and some of them were even evenly matched. Get down. Take my attack. After half an hour, the battle was completely over. Only the last 100 people were left standing in the arena. Every one of them had a strong energy fluctuation, and almost all of them were wounded. But they all had smiles on their faces, because they could enter the main competition if they won. Congratulations on winning and entering the main competition. Elder Yuan smiled and waved his hand. White jade-colored starlight appeared in the sky, and each of the starlights sprinkled a little bit of white jade-colored starlight. It was very dazzling. The white starlight fell like snowflakes, falling on the bodies of the 100 official disciples. Their energies kept changing and rising, and the wounds on their bodies quickly disappeared. In just a few breaths, the white starlight disappeared and the starlight disappeared. The 100 official disciples who had experienced the fierce battle were all healed, and their energies were completely restored. It's amazing. They all clench their fists or wave their arms in amazement. It's said that this is a method left behind by the ancestor who opened the minor origin realm. It can heal any cultivator below the transcendent realm in just a few breaths of time. Yu Zhengxiao whispered to Qinzong. Immediately, the 100 official disciples who had entered the main competition were pushed out of the arena by an irresistible but gentle force. The 100 arenas moved closer to the center and became many times larger. The main competition began with the drawing of lots. 100 people would draw 100 lots, and the number 1 would fight against the number 2, and so on. The winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. Every single one of the 100 winners was at least at the peak of the 7-star level. Their techniques were outstanding. After the first round of the competition ended, 50 people advanced and 50 were eliminated. The second round began, and another 25 people advanced to the third round. In the third round, one person was lucky enough to get a bye and automatically advanced. The other 24 people naturally had to fight fiercely. 12 people were eliminated and 12 people advanced. In the end, there were only 13 people left. However, only the top 10 would be rewarded. This meant that 3 out of the 13 would be eliminated. Immediately after, Elder Yuan waved his hand, and the huge arena surged with wind and clouds. Pieces of it protruded like mountain rocks, and pieces of it sunk like the bottom of a valley. There were plants that formed a forest, and there were even ponds formed by flowing water. In the blink of an eye, the terrain of the huge arena changed greatly. Mountains, rivers, forests, valleys, swamps, and all that was missing were birds and beasts. This kind of change made people speechless. The remaining 13 people would compete in a point-based competition in this drastically changed arena. The person with the highest number of points would naturally be ranked first, and so on until the final 10 people were determined. The final battle was more exciting than any of the previous battles. This was because every one of them had the combat power of a peak 7-star. They were very powerful. In addition to the change in the arena's terrain during the battle, one would also have to consider the timing and location of the battle. In the previous battles in the arena, there was no need to consider other things. One just had to pay attention not to fall off the arena. That was different from the real battles in the outside world. It was relatively simpler. Now that the battle had changed, it was closer to a real battle. There were more considerations. Only then could one's adaptability be maximized. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain rocks shattered and flew in all directions. Every piece of rock carried a terrifying power. Under the guidance of a skillful force, they shot toward the opponent like locusts. Then, the saber slashed down, and the terrifying saber pressure split the pool behind him first. After the battle, the destroyed mountain rocks, plants, and other things recovered on their own. The one who attracted Qinzong's, or rather, everyone's attention was an official disciple named Lu Zhonghui. He had defeated 8 opponents consecutively and obtained 8 points. Based on this situation, it was very likely that he would be ranked first. The other person who had the potential to be ranked first was named Wang Chunfeng. He had already obtained 7 points. Fight! 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 Lu Zhonghui and Wang Chunfeng won consecutively. At this point, most of the rankings could be determined. Only the first and second place were left. The first and second place would be determined between Lu Zhonghui and Wang Chunfeng. Lu Zhonghui held a golden spear and pointed it toward the sky. Wang Chunfeng held a long saber in front of him. His aura was soaring. There were many martial arts inheritances in the Tai Yuan Sky sect. There was no fixed type, whether it was fist, foot, palm, finger, saber, spear, sword, or staff. there were all kinds. The disciples could choose the most suitable one according to their preferences. The first place is mine. No one could take it away from me, Lu Zhonghui said domineeringly. The golden spear danced, bringing a golden hurricane with it. It suddenly blasted toward Wang Chunfeng. Wang Chunfeng only smiled coldly. His long saber trembled, and the saber hummed coldly. Layers of ripples spread out. Immediately, a ray of silver light appeared. The silver light instantly exploded and shot out like a meteor. The two of them did not test each other. They had watched the previous battles and had enough understanding of each other. The moment they attacked, they brought out their true abilities. The golden spear and the silver saber collided in an instant. The two of them closed in on each other. Their aura collapsed, and the ground around them shattered. The grass and trees were crushed into pieces. Neither of them regretted it. They closed in on each other. The saber and the spear collided, creating a shocking scene. Whether it is cultivation or martial arts, these two have reached a very high level, Yu Zhengxiao said. Shenzong nodded. The so-called very high level meant that their pseudo-spiritual energy had been refined to the peak of 7-star. There was no possibility of further improvement. Their martial arts attainments had also reached a very high level. The two of them were on par with each other. It was difficult to determine the winner. Lu Zhonghui used the force to fly up. He gathered his strength dozens of meters in the air and suddenly shot down with his spear. The spear seemed to have turned into a golden comet. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely violent. The extremely shocking pressure was the first to arrive. The ground collapsed. Wang Chunfeng's expression was solemn. Facing the spear, Wang Chunfeng did not intend to dodge at all. Instead, he raised his head and poured all of his strength into his saber without holding back. The saber slashed upward, but it was soul-stirring as if it could cut through the sky. The collision caused countless golden and silver lights to explode. Ripples of impact spread out in all directions. The light and ripples drowned the two of them. Countless sharp clashing sounds could be heard. It was very ear-piercing. Immediately after, the light was blown away by an extremely tyrannical aura that suddenly erupted. A golden figure flew backward. It was Lu Zhonghui. He flew dozens of meters away in an instant. His spear was vibrating. Wang Chunfeng stood where he was. The ground around him was shattered. The aura around him was like an invisible giant saber. He broke through. He broke through in the middle of a battle. Feeling the fluctuation of Wang Chunfeng's aura, everyone was shocked. It was rare to break through in the middle of a battle. Now, Wang Chunfeng was already at the early 8-star level. There was a gap between the early 8-star level and the peak 7-star level. Lu Zhonghui was no match for him and was defeated in the end. He took second place, and Wang Chunfeng took first place. He's a good seedling. Keep an eye on him. In an instant, the upper echelons of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect finished their discussion and put Wang Chunfeng in the list of people to keep an eye on. Amazing. It's really amazing. I thought Lu Zhonghui would take first place. I didn't expect it to be Wang Chunfeng. Who asked Wang Chunfeng to break through in the middle of a battle? The lower sect tournament ended, but the intermediate sect tournament did not start immediately. Instead, they let everyone rest for a while. Half an hour later, the intermediate sect grand competition also began. The intermediate sect tournament was a tournament between the elite disciples. The number of elite disciples was much smaller than the official disciples. There were only about 3,000 of them. However, if the 3,000 people were to fight one by one, it would undoubtedly take a long time. Therefore, the intermediate sect tournament began with an elimination tournament. Similarly, there were 100 arenas. On average, there were 30 people in each arena. 100 winners would enter the main tournament. Every elite disciple was at least at the early stage of the 8-star realm. They were stronger, and their attacks were more powerful. Therefore, it was more exciting to watch. Fight, fight, fight. After a hearty battle, 100 victors were finally decided. Then, the tournament followed the same method as the lower sect tournament. They drew lots, fought, and the winners advanced. The losers were eliminated. These 13 people also used a point system. Similarly, all 13 of them had reached the peak of the 8-star realm. I wonder if anyone will break through in the middle of the battle this time. It'll be difficult. Who do you think will be first? Senior Wang Ziming has a chance to be first. Senior Lin he is also very strong. He also has a chance to be first. Senior Lu Yanqing also has a chance to be first. Why don't we make a bet and see who will be first? Let's do it. The battle hadn't started yet, but many people already believed that the first place would belong to them. They even started to bet on it. This wasn't an isolated phenomenon. It was a normal occurrence. In fact, this happened in every sect tournament. However, this was a bet between disciples. The sect wouldn't care as long as it didn't violate the sect's interests. But then again, this was only a small-scale bet. It had nothing to do with the sect's interests. The battle began. Sure enough, Wang Ziming, Lin Yi, and Lu Yanqing all displayed extraordinary strength. Although the others' cultivation was similar to theirs, the difference in martial arts and fighting ability led to the tilt of the battle. Very quickly, they won all the battles. Senior Sister Lu, this way please. Lin Yi said politely, his demeanor elegant. Chapter 681. In this season of alternating heat and cold between day and night, senior and junior brothers, remember to run naked. Junior brother Lin, admit it. Lu Yanqing sheathed her swords, her expression unchanged. I'm not as good as him. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. After a fierce battle, Lin Yi was defeated. The next battle was between Wang Ziming and Lin Yi. Without needing to rest, Lin Yi's strength was restored by the small origin mirror, and he fought Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming was stronger, and after 100 moves, Lin Yi was defeated. From then on, he had no chance of getting first or second place. Lin Yi felt that it was a pity. After all, the rewards for first and second place were much better than the rewards for third place. But there was nothing he could do about it. He was not as good as Wang Ziming. In the end, the first place belonged to Wang Ziming and Lu Yanqing. His battle-intent soared. Wang Ziming and Lu Yanqing clashed again and again. Countless sword shadows formed into a ball that swallowed Wang Ziming, but Wang Ziming broke the sword shadows with his own strength. You deserve my full strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ziming's aura rose like a volcano that had been dormant for a long time, suddenly erupting. Everyone's expression changed drastically. So, he didn't use his full strength. Lin Yi was shocked. When Wang Ziming defeated him, he did not use this much strength. Wang Ziming used his full strength, and the pressure on Lu Yanqing increased dramatically. Her expression became more and more serious. Her two swords resisted Wang Ziming's attacks with difficulty, but each of Wang Ziming's attacks carried a terrifying force and an explosive impact. Lu Yanqing's two swords trembled continuously, and even her hands and arms were numb. Explosive magma. Wang Ziming's last attack was blocked by Lu Yanqing's full strength, but it was as if she had been hit by an ancient giant beast. She flew backward like a meteor and smashed into a huge rock. She spat out blood, and her face was pale. She no longer had the strength to fight. Wang Ziming wins. As Elder Yuanda's voice sounded, the crowd was in an uproar. The top 10 of the intermediate sect tournament were also determined. Finally, it was the upper sect tournament. Watch carefully. This is the true manifestation of the Tai Yuan Sky Sect's foundation. An elder of the Scorching Sword sect said to a few disciples. Yes. The disciples replied one by one. Core. What was the core? That was a sign of a true foundation, a manifestation. A core disciple was already considered to have reached the level of a sect's foundation. Above that would be the esoteric disciple. The strength of a sect's core disciple often hinted at the future of the sect to some extent. Was it getting stronger and stronger? Or was it staying where it was? Or was there a gap between the young and old? It wasn't just the Blazing Sword sect. The other sects were the same. On the Sky Peak Heavenly Sect side, the chatter stopped for a moment. They were all core disciples selected by the Sky Peak Heavenly Sect. The previous great competition was only for official and elite disciples, so it didn't attract their interest. Only the great competition for core disciples truly attracted their attention. But I wonder if there are any unexpected people among the core disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect? A core disciple of the ultimate martial heavenly sect suddenly asked. Their purpose in coming here was naturally to see if there were any outstanding core disciples of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. Based on what I know, among the core disciples of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, Fang Xingqian is the only one who has reached the third extreme. As for the second extreme, there are a few who are about the same as our Sky Peak Heavenly sect. I wonder if there will be any dark horses. While they were talking, the great competition for the upper sect began. The great competition for the core disciples of the sect was naturally different from the previous two great competitions. The arena changed once again. Everyone was shocked to find that the arena in front of them was constantly expanding and getting bigger. It wasn't just the arena, but the entire arena was expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by another half, but it still didn't stop. It continued to expand until it was 10 times its original size. The arena was already very big. After expanding 10 times, it was even more astonishing. Immediately, the terrain began to change. Mountains and rivers rose, valleys sank, and water poured out from the ground, instantly forming a lake. It was more than 5 or 6 times larger than the previous pool, sparkling with light. Tall grass and trees gathered to form a lush and verdant forest. A swamp appeared, covered in thorns. This was like a primitive forest valley that had yet to be set foot in. However, the changes in the terrain were only the beginning. Balls of light appeared out of thin air in various parts of the forest valley. They stretched and expanded continuously, their shapes rapidly changing. When they finally settled down, the light converged and turned into monster beasts. Qinzong was dumbfounded by this change for the first time. What was the difference between this and creating life? I was also stunned when I first saw this, Yu Zhengxiao chuckled. However, this isn't true life creation. These monster beasts aren't real life either. They're just condensed from the power of the minor origin realm. Qinzong suddenly understood. The minor origin realm was indeed a very mysterious place. He couldn't understand it at his current level. However, although this method of using energy to condense monstrous beasts was unfathomable, if one thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. In the simplest way, warriors could use their own energy to condense some shapes, such as the shape of a weapon or the shape of a monstrous beast. However, although these monster beasts are condensed from the power of the minor origin realm, they're still based on real monster beasts. They're not weak at all, Yu Zhengxiao added. All kinds of monster beasts appeared in the primitive forest valley. There were all kinds of birds and beasts, and they all emitted different kinds of roars. All core disciples participating in the sect tournament, prepare yourselves. Elder Yuan hovered in the air and spoke, his voice full of vigor spreading throughout the entire area. You have 2 hours to kill the origin beasts and obtain the origin light. When the time is up, the top 10 will enter the finals based on the amount of origin light you've obtained. The rest will be eliminated. The crowd was in an uproar. This tournament format was completely different from the previous ones and was more testing. Strength, luck, adaptability, and other aspects were more comprehensive. Remember, you're not allowed to kill others no matter what, nor are you allowed to maim others. Elder Yuan emphasized seriously. Every core disciple was the foundation of a sect. They were very important. If they were killed outside for some reason, there was nothing they could do. At most, they would seek revenge. However, this was absolutely not allowed in a tournament like this. The Empyrean Origin sect's experts would naturally be able to tell if they had any ill intentions. All core disciples officially enter the arena. As Elder Yuan's voice fell, there was the sound of a gust of wind. Figures left their seats one after another and flew toward the primitive forest valley in the center at lightning speed. They were like streams of light streaking across the sky like eagles spreading their wings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures entered one after another. This primitive forest valley was really huge. As soon as one entered, it was impossible to see everything clearly like when one was sitting in the previous seats. This feeling. Qinzong frowned slightly. The moment his body landed on the ground, he felt an invisible force pressing down on him from all directions, causing his body to become much heavier. It was as if his limbs and body were entangled with many invisible chains, causing his every move to be inexplicably restricted. Zong was not in a hurry to act. He carefully sensed and allowed his body to adapt to this change. This way, he would not be unable to perform normally due to insufficient control of himself and his surroundings in an unexpected situation. Zong's control of his own power had reached an astonishing level. In addition to his outstanding mental power, it was another advantage. Therefore, in just 10 breaths, Zong adapted to the pressure here. The pressure has doubled in all aspects, Zong muttered to himself. It was exactly doubled, not more, not less. It might sound like it was nothing, but it was an all-round pressure that was suppressed from all aspects. This meant that if one wanted to perform their original strength here, they would have to consume several times more power. When one wanted to leap into the air, there would be an invisible force attached to one's body from the ground. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling one down desperately. The further one was from the ground, the stronger the pulling force. Zong tried to leap with his normal strength and found that he could only leap 3 meters. When he leaped 4 meters, the consumption of his power increased by 20%. When he leaped 5 meters, the consumption of his power increased by 50%. When he leaped 6 meters, the consumption of his power doubled. After adapting to the pressure around him, Zong studied his surroundings clearly. He just happened to land on the edge of a swamp. The swamp was several hundred meters wide, and it was pitch black. It even gave off a rotten smell, as if something was rotting in there. However, Zong did not mind. He just cut off his sense of smell. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. They shone brightly as they locked onto a point in the swamp. He then drew his sword. Huanjin unsheathed his sharp sword and stabbed out. The light pierced through the air with shocking sharpness. It left behind a dazzling, scarlet light as it stabbed into the swamp. At the same time, a huge, black figure charged out of the swamp. It was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. It possessed a shocking presence and a terrifying roar that made one's scalp tingle. The heavy stench whistled out like a gust of wind. It was a withered swamp crocodile. Its strength had reached the shocking peak of the 9th star. If it were any other weaker core disciple, they might not have been able to fend it off. They might even have been killed. However, it encountered Zong. The moment it was about to attack, Zong had already struck out. With a stab, the withered swamp crocodile seemed to take the initiative to receive Zong's sword. It directly pierced through like a hot knife through butter. With a gentle shake of the sword, a powerful force surged out and directly killed the withered swamp crocodile from within. There was no blood. The killed withered swamp crocodile immediately turned into a ball of light and split into 2 parts. One part was 4 rice-sized specks of light that flew toward Zong. Most of the other specks of light dispersed into the air, vanishing without a trace. The 4 rice-sized specks of light were the so-called origin light. Chapter 682. With a series of roars, many huge figures whizzed over, bringing with them a strong stench. Fang Xingqian was expressionless. His eyes were as cold as the stars, and he did not move an inch. It was only when the few huge figures got close to him with astonishing whizzing sounds that he raised his hand. It seemed to be very slow, so slow that every single movement was very clear with a unique rhythm. He flipped his palm and slapped out gently. In that instant, that arm split into a few, slapping out toward the huge figures that were charging over with a roar. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of drum beats rang out. Fang Xingqian retracted his hand and let it fall naturally. Without turning back, he walked forward smoothly, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Those few huge figures seemed to be confined in midair. Their bodies trembled violently, and a series of explosive sounds rang out from their bodies. Then they exploded, turning into balls of light. Most of the light dissipated, and a small portion of them condensed into dots of origin light that flew rapidly toward Fang Xingqian, entering his body. Saber light cut through the air, slashing an origin beast apart. It turned into light and disappeared, leaving behind only a few dots of origin light that entered his body. With a long saber in hand, Yu Zhengxiao left at lightning speed. There were only 2 hours. He had to try his best to kill as many origin beasts as possible to obtain origin light. Otherwise, if he did not have enough origin light, and was unable to get into the top 10, it would be very regretful. 2 hours was a very short time. Every second counted. However, if he wanted to kill origin beasts in a race against time, he would need to have sufficient abilities. The weakest origin beast here was at the early stage of the 9-star level. Similarly, among the over 200 core disciples who had entered, the weakest was at the early stage of the 9-star level. With a bang, a core disciple was sent flying by a huge black bear. The powerful impact caused the core disciple's face to contort. He felt a terrifying force gushing into his body, going on a rampage, wanting to wreak havoc. It was as if his bones and organs had been crushed into a lump, causing him to lose his battle prowess. The huge bear did not give chase. Instead, it turned and left. Then, that core disciple was surrounded by a force and sent outside. This meant that he would be eliminated. The origin beasts here would not kill or cause serious injuries. However, if one were to be hit by them, they would suffer from the impact of their powerful force. It would be very painful. If one could not withstand it, they would lose their battle prowess temporarily. This meant that they would be eliminated. In less than a quarter of an hour, several core disciples had already been eliminated. After killing a withered swamp fierce crocodile and obtaining 4 origin lights, Chunzong continued forward. He raised his perception to the limit and searched for even more origin beasts to kill. His goal was to obtain first place in the sect tournament. Thus, obtaining more origin lights was a must. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter the top 10 and would be directly eliminated, not to mention first place. That would be extremely embarrassing. Although he did not really care about it, he had no choice but to care. After all, he was the disciple of the Dark Feather Mountain Lord. If the Dark Feather Mountain Lord's disciple couldn't even enter the finals, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. It would cause the Dark Feather Mountain Lord to lose face. With the Huanjin sharp sword in hand, Chunzong moved forward. With his superhuman senses, he would occasionally find metabeasts. No matter what level the metabeasts were, they could not stop Chunzong's attack. Gradually, the accumulated essence light increased from the initial 4 points to 40 points. Chunzong wasn't sure if 40 essence light was a lot among the core disciples. He could only try his best to hunt metabeasts. With a casual stab, he pierced through a metabeast. The metabeast turned into light and dissipated. Only 4 essence light entered Chunzong's body. Immediately after, a figure flew close to the ground like a stream of light. Due to the special environment, the core disciples who entered would often choose to travel on the ground to save energy. As the stream of light flew past, a tyrannical aura locked onto Chunzong. That aura was as brilliant as a strong light, as if it wanted to penetrate Chunzong from the inside out. Dark Feather Mountains, Chunzong. There seemed to be some surprise in his tone, and there was even a hint of playfulness. The light dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of him. He wore a dark blue long robe with a 3-wheel symbol on the cuffs. It represented his identity as a core disciple of Mingguang Mountain. "What can I do for you?" Chunzong asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. "My name is Qin Yijue." The person tilted his head slightly. His sharp eyes carried a hint of scrutiny, and there was a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He sized up Chunzong carefully, as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. This kind of gaze would make people feel very impolite and irritated. However, Chunzong's expression did not change, as if he did not feel anything. "I heard that you're very arrogant. Not only did you injure a few junior martial brothers, but you also betrayed Mingguang Mountain and killed a few Mingguang guards. How do you think this matter should be resolved?" Qin Yijue seemed to be asking in return. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Chunzong could not help but be amused. He had heard of the name Qin Yijue from senior martial brother Yu Zhengxiao. He was considered the second core disciple of Mingguang Mountain and was not weak. However, judging from the other party's posture, he was not clear about Chunzong's true strength. Thinking about it, even Chunzong himself was not clear about what level his strength had reached. After all, he lacked a suitable opponent to verify it. However, he was at least at the level of the 3rd level. If there were no accidents, out of all the core disciples in the entire Tai Yuan Heaven sect, only Fang Xingchen and himself should have reached the 3rd level. However, Many people knew that Fang Xingqian had reached the 3rd level, while Chunzong's senior martial brother Yu Zhengxiao probably knew that he had reached the 3rd level. Chunzong's master, Mount Blue Feathers Mountain Chieftain, as well as some of the Mount Blue Feathers elders, probably knew as well. However, none of them had spread the news, so no one else knew about it. Hand over all your origin light, and let me break your arms and legs. Don't worry, I'll act quickly and won't let you feel any pain. Qin Yijue had a playful smile on his face, but a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. As you wish, Chunzong's voice rang out, and in an instant, he charged out like a gust of wind. You're courting death. Qin Yijue was slightly stunned. Then, a hint of malevolence flashed across his playful face. He stretched out his right arm, which was covered by a malevolent golden vambrace. His 5 fingers, which were covered by the vambrace, were like the sharpest claws aimed at Chunzong. Then his 5 fingers emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light circled around his 5 fingers and continued to move forward like a vortex. Under the high-intensity compression, it became extremely sharp. Some of the people who were watching the battle saw the conflict between Chunzong and Qin Yijue. It's senior martial brother Qin Yijue. Who is that? How dare he fight with senior martial brother Qin? His name is Chunzong, a core disciple of Dark Feather Mountain. It's said that he's the disciple of Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord. So it's him. Senior martial brother Qin, teach him a good lesson. Upon hearing the name Chunzong, the expressions of many disciples from Mingguang Mountain changed drastically, and they were filled with righteous indignation. They had also heard about what had happened earlier. Of course, what they knew was definitely different from the truth. However, their voices couldn't reach the inside at all, because it was isolated. Dark Feather, get ready, Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord suddenly said. He didn't try to hide it from the others. Upon hearing this, many people were stunned. Then, they realized that this was a small grudge between the two of them. Of course, if they had to talk about it, everyone knew that Dark Feather Mountain and Mingguang Mountain didn't get along with each other. As for Chunzong's matter, everyone also knew about it. They had even investigated the cause and effect of it. However, it involved the Mountain Lord, so they couldn't say anything. I'm afraid you're the one who needs to get ready. Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord replied calmly. His attitude made Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord frown slightly. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Actually, Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't pay much attention to Chunzong. Ever since he gave the order that day, he didn't ask about it anymore. He also didn't deliberately investigate everything about Chunzong. After all, Chunzong was a high and mighty expert in the profound sky realm. He was also a Mountain Lord. Regardless of status or strength, there was a huge gap between them. Chunzong might have outstanding talent, but it was still unknown whether he could become a profound sky realm expert in the future. In the transcendent realm, every breakthrough wasn't accidental. It was inevitable under various conditions. It wasn't something that could be achieved just by talent. Many amazing people either faded away or died prematurely after stepping into the transcendent realm. Even if Chunzong could reach the profound sky realm in the future, it would be extremely difficult for him to compare with Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord. After all, Mingguang Mountain was a late-stage profound sky realm expert. For various reasons, Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't care about Chunzong at all. Otherwise, if he investigated carefully, he might know that Chunzong's strength wasn't something that Qin Yijue could compare with. As soon as Qin Yijue made his move, his sharp fingers fiercely grabbed Chunzong's sword. His purpose was very simple. First, he would grab Chunzong's sword, then take it away. After that, he would break his limbs. If he could force Chunzong to hand over Yuan Guang, it would naturally be better. It had to be said that Qin Yijue's calculations were very good, but the reality was often not so satisfactory. The moment Qin Yijue's 5 fingers clasped Chunzong's long sword, and the moment his arm shook and his 5 fingers exerted force, an irresistible force suddenly burst out from the long sword, directly bouncing off his tightly clasped fingers and crushing the power contained in his 5 fingers. The sword pierced through the air and stabbed straight at Qin Yijue. It was extremely fast, unbelievably fast. It was so fast that Qin Yijue's pupil shrank, but he couldn't react in time. A poochy sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade rubbing against bone. Immediately, the sword flashed again, and another ear-piercing rubbing sound that made one's scalp tingle rang out. A sharp pain swept through his entire body from his shoulders and legs, making Chin Ijue couldn't help but scream and wail, his whole body twitching nonstop. Hand over all your Yuan Guang, or I don't mind stabbing a few more holes in your body. Shinzong pointed his sword at Chin Ijue, who was trembling all over because of the sharp pain. His indifferent tone made Chin Ijue's pale face change again. Chin Ijue's mind was in a mess. How could this be? How could I be defeated in an instant? Shouldn't it be the other way around? There was no response. Shinzong directly drew his sword and pierced through Chin Ijue's body again. However, Shinzong's every sword strike only injured Chin Ijue and made him feel pain, but didn't damage his foundation or cripple him. This way, it wouldn't violate the rules of the competition. Stop. I'll give it to you. Chapter 683. A tip from Master Jushin made the Six Dao feel warm. Finally, they weren't fighting solo anymore. Mingguang, I wonder if you're ready? The Lord of MT Blue Feather asked with a smile. The Lord of MT Blue Feather didn't reply, but his face was ashen. His eyes emitted a terrifying cold light, as if they could pierce through everything. No one dared to look at him directly. His killing intent was restrained, but everyone could feel the anger in his heart. It was like a 10,000-year-old volcano that was about to erupt. They thought that Chin Ijue would defeat Shinzong and teach him a lesson. They didn't expect it to be the opposite. Chin Ijue couldn't even take a single strike from his opponent. The gap between them was too big. It was so big that it made people shudder. This kid is too ruthless. I suggest he be expelled. The Lord of MT Blue Feather suddenly spoke. His voice was low and dark. Haha, I suggest you change your name. You're blind. The Lord of MT Blue Feather smiled coldly. If my disciple was really ruthless, he would have killed him with a single strike. It would have been like killing a chicken. Everyone present was an expert in the sky profound realm. Naturally, all of them could see that Shinzong did not use too much strength. That Chin Ijue looked to be in a very miserable state, but in reality, it was only a flesh wound. After taking some medicinal pills and resting for a few days, he would be able to recover completely. The Lord of MT Blue Feather didn't say anything, but everyone could see that his face was gloomy. It was like dark clouds that could drip water. At this moment, no one dared to provoke him. Actually, what really made the Lord of MT Blue Feather wasn't that Chin Ijue was defeated by Chunzong with a single strike. It was that Chin Ijue handed over Yuanguang under Chunzong's threat. After handing over Yuanguang, Chunzong didn't make any more moves. In such a state, Chin Ijue didn't have the ability to hunt any more metabeasts. Naturally, he was eliminated. Chin Ijue had 32 Yuanguang points. Now, all of them belonged to Chunzong. This made Shinzong's Yuanguang points increase to almost 80 points. Some people in the outside world could clearly see what was happening here, but the core disciples inside didn't know. They were all focused on hunting for metabeasts. Of course, if they met, they would fight over the metabeasts. Time passed slowly. Soon, an hour had passed. There was only an hour left. In front of Shinzong was a huge black bear. It was 10 meters tall, and its paws were as big as millstones. When it swung its paws, it directly blew up the air and made a terrible roar. It was as if a black hill was smashing towards Shinzong. The air exploded and was compressed again. Before the giant palm hit the ground, the astonishing pressure caused the ground below Chunzong to collapse. Under this palm, Chunzong felt that he couldn't breathe. He's at least at the second level of power. Shinzong's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. However, the strength of the second extremity was still insufficient to him. The pressure he felt was still too weak. With a sword in hand, Shinzong didn't need to dodge. Swoosh! As the slight but sharp sound of the wind breaking was heard, the sword had already pierced through the air and into the black bear's paw. It was irresistible. Although the recast sword's power was at the level of a third-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, In terms of toughness and toughness, it was comparable to some low-grade spiritual weapons. As such, not only could it withstand Qinzong's stronger power, but it was also sharper. This black bear meta beast was powerful and had an amazing physique. However, it couldn't withstand the sword that was infused with the sword intent of sharpness. The sword light flashed, and then the long and sharp sound was heard. After passing by, the huge black bear's body shook and turned into a huge ball of light. Most of it disappeared in the air, and a small part condensed into meta light. The total was 20 meta light. The third extremity, which surpassed the limit of 9-star, was stronger. Therefore, the meta light would increase tremendously. For example, an early stage 9-star was 1 meta light, and an extreme 9-star was 5 meta light. The first extremity would double the meta light by 10 meta light, and the second extremity would double the meta light by 20 meta light. This was the advantage of hunting high-level meta beasts. At this point, Qinzong had over 100 meta light. Song Yu, you've taken in a very good disciple. He might be able to compete with my disciple, Xingqian, the sect master of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect suddenly said, laughing softly. Sect master, you're too kind. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain replied unhurriedly. Fang Xingqian is the true prodigy. Firstly, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was being humble. Secondly, he also felt that Qinzong couldn't compare to Fang Xingqian. After all, Fang Xingqian's excellence was obvious to all, and it was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. As for how strong Fang Xingqian was right now, other than himself, no one else knew for sure what level he had reached. Everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on Fang Xingqian. From the moment he stepped into the primitive forest valley, Fang Xingqian's expression remained calm. His every move seemed to have no aura, and he killed meta beasts effortlessly. It was as if there was no leakage of power, and he displayed astonishing control over his power. Regardless of whether it was an early-stage 9-star meta beast or a meta beast of the second extremity, none of them could withstand a single attack from Fang Xingqian. They died with a wave of his hand. Given Fang Xingqian's abilities, after obtaining first place in this tournament, he'll embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster. But I wonder if he'll be able to achieve the title of unrivaled grandmaster in the end? A heavenly profound realm elder suddenly sighed and said, no one dared to say that he would. It was because the Tai Yuan heavenly sect had a prodigy like Fang Xingqian, but the other heavenly sects in other top forces also had them. There were even 2 holy lands that were above the 8 heavenly sects. Not only would Fang Xingqian embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster, but the other heavenly sects and the 2 holy lands might as well. No, it wasn't a possibility, it was a certainty. In the competition between the prodigies of the third extremity, no one would be able to say for sure who would be able to defeat all the strong opponents and attain the path of an unrivaled grandmaster until the very last moment. I hope that Qinzong can give it a try as well, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain said to himself. The path of an unrivaled grandmaster represented not only a kind of prestige, but also a kind of tempering, a kind of sublimation on the spiritual level. Over the generations, those who had emerged victorious on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster would be unstoppable once they entered the transcendence realm. The speed of their improvement was far from what others could compare to. Even if they were defeated on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster, it would often bring about an excellent tempering effect, with the exception of a small number of people who were unable to recover from the setback. However, those people were in the minority, very, very few. It was because those who dared to challenge the path of an unrivaled grandmaster would have a strong will that ordinary cultivators could not compare to. Of course, the path of an unrivaled grandmaster was not something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. Without sufficient level and support, it would be a delusion. It was because this was related to a saying. The path of an unrivaled grandmaster was not only closely related to one's own self, but also the fate of the sect. It was extremely mysterious, yet it seemed to exist. Basically, in this generation, the one who would embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster was Fang Xingqian. This was almost predetermined, unless there was someone who could defeat Fang Xingqian head-on. That was very difficult, almost impossible. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours were almost up. Not long after, a loud and clear sound of a bell rang, spreading throughout the entire place. The moment the bell rang, all the origin beasts turned into a ball of light and disappeared. Seeing the origin beasts turn into light and disappear, Chunzong was stunned for a moment. Then, he understood that time was up. Exhaling, Chunzong did not know if the origin light he had obtained would be able to enter the top 10, but he had really tried his best. The terrain changed once again, and it rapidly shrank. It didn't take long for the remaining core disciples to gather in one place as the terrain shifted. There were originally over 200 people, but now there were only about 150 people left. Over 100 of them had been eliminated. Yu Zhengxiao walked to the side and asked softly, "Junior brother, how's your harvest?" "It should be all right," Chunzong said. Then, he asked, "How about senior brother? He should be able to enter the top 10. Although he said this, Yu Zhengxiao's tone was not very certain. Fang Xingchen stood at the side with an indifferent expression. However, his unique temperament made him seem like the center of attention. Chunzong also noticed a few malicious gazes staring at him. When he turned around and saw that they were from Mingguang, he could not help but smile coldly. Ever since the incident at Mingguang that day, a grudge had been formed between him and Mingguang, and it would not be resolved so easily. "All right, now take out the origin light you have obtained." Elder Yuanda descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Everyone controlled their origin light with their thoughts. Dots of origin light appeared from their bodies and gathered in front of them. With just a glance, Elder Yuanda could clearly see the number of primordial lights each of them possessed. You, and you. Elder Yuanda tapped his finger 10 times. The 10 of you have the most origin light. You're ranked in the top 10 of this tournament and can enter the finals. As for the rest, unfortunately, you've been eliminated. Everyone was in an uproar. Who would not want to enter the top 10? Not to mention the others. Just the 10th place alone would be rewarded with 100,000 merit points. It was extremely tempting. Elder Yuanda, it's not that I'm doubting you. A core disciple suddenly stepped out and said loudly, "I've obtained over 100 points of origin light. How is it possible that I'm not even able to enter the top 10? That's right. I've obtained over 120 points of origin light. How is it that I'm not fated to be in the top 10? Another person stepped out and said. Elder Yuanda threw a glance and realized that although some people did not say anything, they also had the same thoughts. Fine, I'll let you guys lose convincingly. Elder Yuanda did not forcefully suppress them. These were all core disciples and future pillars of the sect. There was no need to use forceful means to deal with them. Among these 10 people, the one who has obtained the most origin light is Fang Xingchen. He has obtained a total of 398 points. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Many gazes filled with astonishment, and astonishment landed on Fang Xingchen. However, Fang Xingchen did not seem to feel anything and continued to stand at his original spot with an indifferent expression. And among these 10 people, the one who has obtained the least origin light is Lin Bai. He has obtained 223 points. Hearing Elder Yuanda's words, the faces of the 2 people who had voiced their doubts earlier turned red. They quickly bowed to Elder Yuanda to express their apologies. No one dared to question him anymore. It was because Elder Yuanda was a heavenly profound realm expert, and there was no need for him to lie. Moreover, the upper echelons of the sect were all watching. Who would dare to lie? Chapter 684. Top 10 in the Upper Sect Tournament. Mount Jinyuan's Fang Xingchen. Mount Jinyuan's Su Hanyan. Rainbow Fall Mountains Tang Zhengming. Tong Xiuyin of Yaoying Mountain. Green Feather Mountains Yuzheng Xiao. Chunzong of Tsangyu Mountain. Luyang of Mount Riji. Liao Fifan of Mingguang Mountain. Shenhanyue of Inyue Mountain. Inyushanbai. At least one person from each of the 7 mountains of primordial chaos had entered the top 10. If any of the mountain's disciples did not enter the top 10, the mountain master and the elders would lose face. Among them, Jinyuan Mountain had 2 people in the top 10, which was expected. Dark Feather Mountain also had 2 people in the top 10, and Inyue Mountain also had 2 people in the top 10. Shenhongyue's entry into the top 10 was expected, but the pale-faced, handsome youth Lin Bai's entry into the top 10 was surprising. Without a doubt, the first place will definitely be Fang Xingchen, a heavenly profound realm elder from Mount Jinyuan said. It's just that we don't know who will be able to get second place. Other than Fang Xingchen, the other 9 people should all be at the second level. However, there are still differences in strength. Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Lord opened his mouth. His voice was as gentle as the wind. However, I reckon that Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord's disciple, Chunzong, might have a chance to fight for the top 3. Before the Dark Feather Mountain Lord could speak, the Bright Light Mountain Lord had already snorted coldly. Mingguang, you're not convinced. Let's make a bet. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain swept his gaze across and landed on the face of Mountain Lord Mingguang. Immediately after, he smiled and spoke in a provocative tone. This kind of bet was very normal. If you want to play, I'll play with you, Mountain Master Mingguang said coldly. We'll bet with your gray feather air, splitting saber. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. The Blue Feather Void Splitter Blade was a legacy treasure of the Blue Feather Mountain. It was also the Blue Feather Mountain Master's most precious high-grade spiritual artifact. All right, if I lose, the Gray Feather Void Splitting Blade will be yours. If you lose, the Great Light Sword will be mine. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord frowned slightly and took the initiative to make a bet with the Bright Light Mountain Lord. However, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord didn't intend to make such a huge bet. He just wanted to make the Bright Light Mountain Lord lose some face. He didn't expect the Bright Light Mountain Lord to be so decisive. The Great Light Sword was the legacy treasure of MT Mingguang. It was also MT Mingguang's most precious superior grade spirit weapon. The stakes were too high. Your disciple won't be able to get second place. Mountain Lord Mingguang sneered. I want to bet on the top 3. The Green Feather Mountain Lord's expression did not change. I'll bet on second place. Mountain Head Mingguang still had a cold smile on his face. He wasn't stupid. With the strength that Qinzong displayed when he defeated Qin Yijue, it was really possible for him to get third place. It was impossible for him to accept such a bet that he might lose. As for the first place, it would undoubtedly belong to Fang Xingchen. It was meaningless to bet on Chunzong to obtain the first place. The two of you, the sect leader said, the stakes are a little high. Regardless of whether it was the sky-splitting feather saber or the great light sword, they were both inherited treasures of the two mountains. They were the top of the upper grade spiritual weapons and were only half a step away from the supreme grade spiritual weapons. Their value was shocking, and they were really not suitable for gambling. Since the sect master had spoken, he had to give him some face. Let's bet on whether Qinzong can get second place. This will be the wager. Mountain Lord Mingguang waved his hand and took out an item from his virtual ring. It looked like a palm-sized item, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was actually a long robe. A light yellow long robe. Myrtle robe. All right, I'll use this as the wager. The Green Feather Mountain Lord also took out a treasure. It was a round shield covered with a tortoise shell. The mystic tortoise shield is indeed comparable to my myrtle robe. Mountain Lord Mingguang took a look and sneered. The wager was established. The witnesses were naturally the sect leader and the other mountain lords. Congratulations on entering the top 10. However, the final ranking will depend on your strength, Elder Yuan said loudly. The rest of the competition will also use a point system. You'll have to fight against the other 9 people in order. If you win, you'll get 1 point. If you draw or lose, you won't get any points. Your ranking will be based on the number of primordial lights you've obtained. Fang Xingchen had obtained the most primordial lights and was ranked number 1. Qinzong had obtained the second most primordial lights and was ranked number 2. Lin Bai had obtained the least primordial lights and was ranked number 10. Is everyone clear now? Elder Yuan asked. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, Now, everyone will draw lots. The number you draw will represent the number of your opponent. With a wave of his hand, 10 balls of light appeared before everyone, allowing them to choose. Everyone reached out and grabbed a ball of light at random. There was no need to deliberately choose. It was because every ball of light was the same. Moreover, The rules of the point competition determined that they would have to fight against the other 9 people. Therefore, it did not matter what opponent they chose. All right, we'll start with number 10, Lin Bai, and his opponent. The others will retreat to the edge first, Elder Yuan said. Then, his gaze landed on Lin Bai's face. As the person who issued the challenge, you have the right to choose the battle terrain. The choice of battle terrain was also an important part. Some people could unleash greater strength on flat ground, but some people were more suitable for forests or mountains. A desert. Lin Bai smiled slightly. A trace of red seemed to appear on his handsome and pale face. His voice was not thick at all. Instead, it had a feminine softness. Elder Yuan nodded. With a wave of his hand, the wind and clouds in the arena changed drastically. Yellow sand appeared out of thin air. Under the attack of the strong wind, the sand flew all over the sky and sprinkled down. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of the entire combat ring changed greatly, and it seemed to have become a scorching and dry desert. The golden fine sand was boundless and rose and fell continuously, and waves of strong winds blew past and swept up the golden sand into the sky. It was exactly the same as a desert. Lin Bai's opponent was number 5, Zhenyuan Mountains, Su Hongyan. Su Hongyan was dressed in a fitted dark blue robe that was as smooth as silk. It vividly displayed her curvaceous body, giving off a very hot feeling. Her skin was as white as mutton fat jade. Her facial features were exquisite. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, hanging down to her perky buttocks. The tip of her hair was as red as the sunset. Su Hongyan's weapon was a long saber. It was a red long saber with a very thin blade that was only as wide as a finger. Senior Sister Su, please enlighten me. Lin Bai cupped his hands. There was a trace of a smile on his pale and handsome face. He was like a big boy next door, a little shy. Junior brother Lin, pay attention. I'm going to make a move. Su Hongyan smiled slightly. The moment her voice fell, she waved her long saber. Her arm and saber disappeared at the same time. Only a very thin red light that was as wide as a finger tore through the air and attacked in an instant. The red saber light cut through a gust of wind and sand and slashed towards Lin Bai like a hot knife through butter. Lin Bai's handsome and pale face had a trace of smile. He suddenly raised his drooping right hand. His palm and 5 fingers were suffused with a faint white luster. With a wave of his hand, it was as if a waning moon rose into the sky. This was Inua Mountain's martial art, Little Inua Hand. Only core disciples were qualified to practice it. Under Little Inua Hand, the thin red saber light was guided and flew to the side. It cut a long saber mark in the desert. Countless golden sand fluttered in the air and turned into powder under the saber light. The red saber light shot out for several hundred meters before dissipating. Lin Bai's figure turned into a white line and closed in on Su Hongyan. With a wave of Little Inua Hand, a waning moon descended from the sky. Su Hongyan smiled faintly and waved her long saber once again. The saber blade could not be seen, and only streaks of thin and dense red saber light slashed out. The saber light was like threads that rapidly wrapped around the surroundings and then contracted like a net. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of blows. Countless shockwaves surged and shattered the surrounding yellow sand, turning it into dust and smoke that filled the air. Countless crimson saber lights spread out in all directions, covering a radius of several dozen meters. Lin Bai's figure was swallowed up and disappeared. Immediately, the crimson saber light that had a radius of several dozen meters shrank towards the center, like a collapsing star. As the saber light shrank and collapsed, the strangling power within continued to increase. It was extremely terrifying. Standing at the edge of the desert, Chun Zong and the others could feel the power within. Fang Xingqian's expression was indifferent. Chun Zong's expression did not change, but the others' expressions were solemn. Even if they were to go up against such power, they would have to use all their strength to be able to withstand it. What about Lin Bai? Would he be able to withstand it? It was hard to say. In the Inua Mountain, the first core disciple was Shun Hongyue. Lin Bai was not the second core disciple, nor was he even the third core disciple. Many people thought that he was lucky, very lucky, to be able to enter the top 10 this time. It was also because of this that Lin Bai had only obtained slightly more than 200 origin lights, while the person ranked 9th had obtained close to 300 origin lights. Shen Honyue could not help but feel a little worried. Junior brother Lin Bai's strength was not bad, but whether he could withstand Su Hongyan's attack was still unknown. Suddenly, when the scarlet-red blade glow shrunk to about 5 meters in size, a cold glint flashed from within the scarlet-red blade glow. Immediately, the cold glint flashed and turned into a crescent moon. Like grass breaking out from the ground, it tore apart the scarlet-red blade glow and soared into the sky. After pausing a few dozen meters in the air, it smashed towards Su Hongyan at an astonishing speed like a falling meteor. The crimson saber light shattered, revealing Lin Bai's figure. His robes were torn, and his originally pale face was even paler. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Everyone could see that in order to break through Su Hongyan's attack, Lin Bai had used all his strength and was even injured. The crescent moon hung in the sky and slashed down. The terrifying pressure caused the yellow sand around Su Hongyan to explode. This was Lin Bai's full attack, and it was very powerful. Su Hongyan did not dare to underestimate it. She could not dodge it. This was Lin Bai's ultimate attack, and its powerful aura had already locked onto Su Hongyan. Su Hongyan's expression was cold, and a trace of red light appeared in her beautiful eyes. Immediately, she slashed out with her saber. The thin saber seemed to expand, and a huge crimson saber light tore through the sky. Kill! The skies seemed to be cut open, and it emitted a shocking heat. The huge crimson blade aura collided with the falling crescent moon. Both of them paused and stopped in midair. Immediately after, the crescent moon trembled at a high frequency and exploded. At the same time, the huge crimson blade aura also exploded. Chapter 685. A series of extremely sharp collisions tore through the air, and immediately, countless rays of light dissipated. With a crash, Su Hongyan quickly slid back, her slender legs drawing 2 gullies in the golden sand, rolling up waves of sand. Lightly coughing out a mouthful of blood, Su Hongyan's pretty face became even paler. It was obvious that her injuries were not light. The crimson saber in her hand was constantly vibrating, buzzing like bees. Lin Bai's face became even paler, and his robe was even more tattered, covered with fine cuts. His right hand also had fine cuts, obviously caused by his Su Hongyan saber. His figure flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he approached, as if he was holding a crescent moon in his hand. Su Hongyan's pretty face changed greatly. Her trembling arms struggled to wield the saber, but she felt like she couldn't summon any strength. She could barely resist. At first, she didn't feel anything, but then the impact silently became stronger and stronger, and even had a kind of flexibility. Her trembling hand was pushed away by the impact, and the saber almost flew out of her hand. Just as she was about to hold the saber, a pale hand stopped in front of her throat. It was astonishingly sharp, as if with a light stroke, it could cut her fair and tender neck open. After 3 breaths, Lin Bai withdrew his hand. "Senior Sister Su, thank you for letting me win." Lin Bai cupped his fists and said in a trembling voice, "I'm not as good as you." Su Hongyan gently bit her rosy lower lip and then said somewhat unwillingly, yes, she had lost. Moreover, she felt that her defeat was a bit inexplicable, and she couldn't understand what had happened. She only knew that Lin Bai had approached her and used both hands to attack with the little dark moon hand, while she swung her saber to counter. After a series of attacks, she was suddenly hit in the abdomen. That strike contained a combination of several terrifying forces, and it was impossible to guard against. It immediately injured her, and she felt weak all over, unable to summon much strength for a while. In just one short breath. In a battle between masters, victory and defeat could be reversed in one breath. It seemed that Lin Bai had won with great difficulty, but no matter what, he had won and received 1 point, while Su Hongyan had lost and received no points. After the battle, the two retreated to the edge of the area. Needless to say, Number 9 and his opponent flew over. Number 9 was Dark Feather Mountain's Yuzhongxiao. His opponent was Urgent Sun Mountain's Lu Yang. Lu Yang's short hair soared to the sky. His eyes shone brightly, and his body was vigorous. It seemed that he was constantly emitting waves of heat. Number 9. As the initiator of the challenge, what terrain did you choose? Elder Yuanda asked. Cloud Sea, Yu Zhengxiao replied after thinking for a moment. Immediately, the desert began to change, turning into a sea of clouds. Yu Zhengxiao and Lu Yang stood in the middle of the sea of clouds. Countless white clouds filled the air, and the two of them seemed to be floating in the sea of clouds. Yu Zhengxiao drew out his long saber and sliced through the clouds. He pointed it at Lu Yang, and the terrifying saber pressure seemed to have split the sea of clouds in front of him into two. Lu Yang also took down the weapon hanging on his waist. It was very strange. It was a sun disk. The golden-red sun disk was about the size of a wash basin. Its edges were covered with serrated teeth, like the flames burning around the sun. There were many intricate carvings on it. When one looked at them carefully, they realized that when the carvings were combined, they looked like burning flames. This was the conventional weapon of the Extreme Sun Mountain, the Extreme Sun Disk. With the Extreme Sun Disk in hand, the aura around Lu Yang's body became increasingly hot and powerful. It was as if a hot wind blew from the void, blowing the clouds around his body until they were red and hot. It was as if the clouds were on fire. Yu Zhengxiao and Lu Yang moved at the same time, rolling up the clouds in the sky. The long saber cut through the sea of clouds. The gray saber light circled around in an arc and attacked Lu Yang at an astonishing speed. Lu Yang's Extreme Sun Disk burst out a golden red light. The light jumped like flames, emitting an amazing light and heat. It fiercely blasted out, like a round of the sun moving horizontally in the sky. Whether it was Yu Zhengxiao or Lu Yang, the strength of both of them had reached the level of the second level. The grayish-white saber light sliced through the sea of clouds, bringing with it strands of cloud chi as it charged towards Lu Yang. This was also the reason why Yu Zhengxiao had chosen the sea of clouds as his battlefield. It was more suitable for him to display his strength. However, as soon as the clouds approached Lu Yang, they were melted under the strong light and heat of the Extreme Sun Disk. It was difficult to affect Lu Yang. Boom, boom, boom. Groups of golden red light the size of millstones blasted out from the Extreme Sun Disk, either straight or in an arc. They blasted towards Yu Zhengxiao from 5 directions. Each group of light carried an amazing power, and the moment they hit Yu Zhengxiao, they exploded. The air billowed, and Yu Zhengxiao's figure was swallowed up and disappeared. Suddenly, the gray saber light condensed into a beam, splitting the explosion of high-temperature light and cutting the sea of clouds in front of it into 2 halves, fiercely slashing towards Lu Yang. Dark strike. Lu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. His pupil seemed to have turned into a fiery red color, burning with the flames of the sun. The Extreme Sun Disk in his hand seemed to expand in an instant, as if it had turned into a huge fireball. When it was thrown into the air, the Extreme Sun Disk that had turned into a big fireball suspended above his head, releasing an amazing light. Immediately, a golden red light beam shot out, colliding with the gray saber light of the dark strike. One after another, after more than a dozen consecutive strikes, the dark strike shattered. With a boom, the huge fireball fell like a meteor, blasting a vacuum zone in the sky, turning countless clouds into ashes. With an unstoppable, terrifying power, it violently blasted towards Yu Zhengxiao. Dark mist. Countless gray mist curled up, which was formed by the saber chi. The mist formed by the saber chi was soft and tenacious, wrapping around the huge fireball layer by layer, but was burned down layer by layer. Yu Zhengxiao's face was dignified. The long saber disappeared, and only wisps of saber chi were constantly generated. The huge fireball continued to advance, but because of the entanglement of the gray mist, its speed was getting slower and slower. When the huge fireball approached, Yu Zhengxiao's eyes seemed to flash with a saber light. Behind Yu Zhengxiao, countless grayish-white fog boiled, as if something was being nurtured. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp cry resounded through the sky, piercing through gold and splitting stone. A huge figure also appeared behind Yu Zhengxiao, spreading its wings and crying to the sky. It was a grayish-white crane. Dark crane, With a slash of the saber, the gray crane bird behind him suddenly flapped its wings, directly turning into a gray stream of light, passing through the huge fireball at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the sea of clouds was stirred up, turning into a torrential sea of clouds, following closely behind, crashing towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang's face was dignified. This saber was Yu Zhengxiao's strongest saber move, Sun Luminous Sky. Gathering all his strength, Liu Yang also used his strongest move. The urgent sun wheel was engulfed by a ball of golden-red flames. Like the dark crane, it was also a top-grade pseudo-lingwu infused with 4 minor true meanings. Most geniuses could at most use pseudo-lingwu with 4 minor true meanings at the same time. 5 was too difficult. Dark crane, sun luminous sky. The grayish-white crane shattered, turning back into grayish-white mist and dissipating. The huge blazing sun with violent and scorching power also shattered. 2 moves evenly matched. But this was the sea of clouds, the terrain chosen by Yu Zhengxiao, which was advantageous to him. Wave after wave of huge waves crashed against Liu Yang. Each wave contained a terrifying power. Under the crazy impact, Liu Yang was constantly pushed back. Liu Yang, who had just used the sun luminous sky, could not burst out with too much power and could only passively resist. The continuous impact of 10 waves of clouds forced Liu Yang to retreat dozens of meters. Before he had time to catch his breath, a gray saber light broke out from the sea of clouds that had just dissipated. A saber move. Liu Yang's face changed greatly. Unable to dodge, he could only reluctantly wield the urgent sun wheel to resist. But the saber strangely twisted, bypassing the urgent sun wheel and heading towards Liu Yang. If it was in normal times, Liu Yang naturally had the ability to resist, but at this time, he had been hit by 10 waves of clouds and had not completely recovered and was always a hair's breadth away. A hair's breadth was the difference between victory and defeat. The gray saber light cut open Liu Yang's chest and came out from his back, causing a stream of blood to splatter. In a battle of life and death, the saber would not only cut open the chest, but also the heart. But because of the rules, Yu Zhengxiao had avoided the vital parts. Even so, Liu Yang felt as if his strength was being drained from his wound. In fact, with his ability, he could have sealed his wound and maintained his condition. The main reason was that the saber contained an astonishing amount of saber energy that was wreaking havoc on his wound, trying to tear it open even further. Liu Yang did not admit defeat, so Yu Zhengxiao naturally would not stop. His saber slashed again. Saber after saber, the sea of clouds churned, and Liu Yang could only keep retreating. I admit defeat. Liu Yang had no choice but to take the initiative to admit defeat. A slight difference in timing had put him at a disadvantage. Their strength was at the same level, and they were also injured. There was no possibility of turning the tables. As soon as Liu Yang admitted defeat, Yu Zhengxiao stopped attacking. Yu Zhengxiao obtained 1 point and Liu Yang 0. With the strength of the minor origin realm, Yu Zhengxiao's strength quickly recovered to its peak. Liu Yang's injuries also quickly healed, and his strength also returned to its peak. The third match was between number 8 Tong Xiuyin and number 7 Shen Hongyue. One was the first core disciple of Yaoying Mountain, and the other was the first core disciple of Yinyu Mountain. They were both beautiful women. Female martial artists, unless there were some special circumstances. Most of them had good looks and figures. After all, the cultivation of martial arts was also a process of imperceptibly improving the human body. Therefore, regardless of whether they were male or female, except for some exceptions, their looks and other aspects would slowly improve. Or rather, they would not improve, but rather be perfected. Chapter 686. Tong Xiuyin had chosen a bamboo forest as her battle environment. There was a large bamboo forest, each of them as thick as a thigh and more than 10 meters tall. The slender bamboo leaves were verdant and exuded a refreshing fragrance. When the wind blew, a rustling sound could be heard. Tong Xiuyin shuttled through the bamboo forest, swaying and creating illusions. The long whip in her hand was constantly changing in length, striking Shen Hongyue from all directions. It was as if countless spiritual snakes were dancing in the air, unpredictable and unpredictable. Shen Hongyue's expression was cold and arrogant. Deep within her beautiful eyes, there seemed to be faint blue moonlight spreading out. Soon after, she raised her slender white hand. Between her 5 fingers, a faint white light slowly shone, as if she was capturing 2 bright moons. This was also the little dark moon hand, but it was different from Lin Bai's little dark moon hand. The little dark moon hand passed down from Inua Mountain would appear differently depending on the person who cultivated it. 2 small bright moons rose, but with amazing power, they surrounded Shen Hongyue and blocked all of Tong Xiuyin's attacks. Then, 2 crimson flashed in the depths of Shen Hongyue's eyes. She raised her right hand and bent her 5 fingers, forming a crimson half-moon. With a wave of her right hand, the crimson half-moon tore the sky apart and slashed toward Tong Xiuyin at an amazing speed, leaving a red mark in the air. Tong Xiuyin's numerous shadows made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. She avoided the attack of the crimson half-moon and struck from the other side with her whip. With a light shake, she let out a shocking roar, as if a dragon had soared into the sky. The crimson half-moon made a turn in the air, drawing a beautiful arc as it attacked Tong Xiuyin again. The surrounding bamboos were constantly damaged. Some were cut in half, and some were directly shattered. Countless bamboo leaves fluttered in the air, but they were shattered by the terrifying power and filled the air like dust. Tong Xiuyin used the 100 Shadow Strike. 100 long whips struck down. As the wind blew, the bamboo swayed, and countless bamboo leaves fell with the wind again. Guided by the invisible power of the 100 Shadow Strike, they turned into a bamboo leaf spiral and swooped down from the sky like a bamboo leaf dragon. The proud roar resounded through the bamboo forest, shaking even more bamboo leaves to fall and merge with the bamboo leaf dragon, making it even more powerful. Shen Hongyue's expression suddenly changed. He spread out his arms, and an astonishing aura gushed out. His tyrannical power surged, and the outline of a bright moon appeared behind him. It quickly solidified, turning into a crimson moon the size of a millstone. The crimson moon rose into the sky with an irresistible force, breaking through all the cages, obstacles, and shackles. The 100 shadow strikes shattered one after another, and the crimson moon trembled as if it was about to shatter, but it did not. However, with the attack of the bamboo leaf dragon, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As the crimson moon shattered, the bamboo leaf dragon also collapsed, but the remaining bamboo leaves shot towards Shen Hongyue like sharp swords. Every bamboo leaf carried a portion of Tong Xiuyin's power. Although they weren't very strong, they had the advantage in terms of quantity. There were more than 1,000 of them, and dozens of them shot toward Shen Hongyue in waves, causing her quite a bit of trouble. There were more than 10 consecutive waves, and Tong Xiuyin's whip shadows shuttled back and forth. This was a very advantageous battle environment for Tong Xiuyin, but it had no effect on Shen Hongyue. She gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and was eventually defeated. Tong Xiuyin got 1 point, while Shen Hongyue got 0. The 4th match was between number 7, Shen Hongyue, and number 1, Fang Xingchen. When she found out that her opponent was Fang Xingchen, Shen Hongyue's expression changed drastically. Fang Xingchen, he was the strongest core disciple in the sect, and he had reached the 3rd level half a year ago. After this half a year, it was unknown how strong he had become. Although she already knew that she would definitely go up against Fang Xingchen when the time came, the pressure in her heart still surged wildly, and she was unable to suppress it. Shen Hongyue took a deep breath, and her towering chest rose and fell rapidly. She gradually calmed down. After all, she wasn't someone that an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength, talent, or will, she was far superior. Knowing that it was already a fact, there was no point in overthinking or feeling uneasy. Only by being fearless could she bring out her strongest abilities. Elder Yuan let Shen Hongyue choose the battle environment. However, Shen Hongyue started to ponder. No matter what the terrain is, you're no match for me, Fang Xingchen said calmly. Fang Xingchen said unhurriedly. His tone was light, but it carried an unquestionable determination. It sounded so natural, and he indeed had the right to say such words. Geographical advantage could indeed be of help. However, In a situation where one's strength was very obvious, all external factors would appear to be insignificant and insignificant. Flat ground. Shen Hongyue made her choice. Those who knew Shen Hongyue better were astonished, but they soon understood. It was as Fang Xingqian had said. No matter what terrain Shen Hongyue chose, she wouldn't be a match for him. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to choose the terrain that was the most advantageous to her, so as to prevent others from making sufficient preparations. In the previous few battles, she had chosen the terrain that was advantageous to her. Naturally, it was so that she could get the first point. Compared to these opponents, none of them were ordinary. If they were to really fight, the outcome would be hard to predict. If she could win one battle, it would be worth it. Just as Shen Hongyue wished, the ground beneath her feet turned into a flat brown ground. Make your move. Fang Xingqian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. His deep eyes seemed to carry a hint of emptiness, as if he was looking at Shen Hongyue. However, he seemed to be in a state of emptiness, as if nothing mattered to him. Calmer mind and focus. In that instant, Shen Hongyue completely adjusted herself. Her expression regained its cold arrogance, and her eyes gleamed. Her pupils seemed to contain 2 crimson moons. Shen Hongyue immediately brought out her strongest state. The crimson moons in her eyes became increasingly obvious, as if they were about to condense into a material form. Moon Soul Pursuit. Amidst her delicate bellow, a crimson moon seemed to leap out from the void. After dashing up into the sky, it swooped down, smashing toward Fang Xingqian. Fang Xingqian's expression was calm, as if he had not noticed anything, allowing the crimson moon to get closer. It was only at the instant when the crimson moon struck down before him that Fang Xingqian stretched out his right hand. Although it seemed slow, the movements and trajectory of his arm were extremely clear. Everyone could not help but be astonished. Fang Xingqian had actually grabbed toward that crimson moon with his bare hand. Shen Hongyue's eyes narrowed. That crimson moon contained a total of 3 types of minor true intents, as well as her own tyrannical strength. However, Fang Xingqian's grabbing hand didn't seem to have any aura fluctuations at all. To think that he dared to grab it like that. Did he not want that hand anymore? However, would Fang Xingqian be so foolish? Obviously not. Shenzong stared at Fang Xingqian, his pupils contracting. To think that Fang Xingqian's control over his own strength had reached such a profound level, not leaking out even the slightest bit of aura. Therefore, it appeared as if he was just making an ordinary move, but in actual fact, all his strength was contained within his hand, as if it was hidden beneath his skin. Without any surprise, under everyone's gazes, Fang Xingqian grabbed the crimson moon with one hand. The crimson moon, which was the size of a millstone, shrunk rapidly, condensing into a ball that was half the size of a fist. Opening up his palm, Fang Xingqian's deep eyes landed on it. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he praised generously. Very beautiful. This evaluation left Shen Hongyue tongue-tied. Although this was not her strongest move, it was still one of her second moves. To think that it had been so easily grasped by Fang Xingqian, and he had even given it a very beautiful evaluation, as if he was evaluating an item. Then, without waiting for Shen Hongyue to react, Fang Xingqian's palm trembled slightly. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that there were layers of ripples spreading out from Fang Xingqian's palm. The crimson moon that had been compressed in his palm suddenly shot out, shooting toward Shen Hongyue at an even faster speed. Shen Hongyue's countenance changed drastically, and she was extremely astonished. She could sense an even more majestic and domineering power from the compressed crimson moon. Moreover, it had locked onto her, and there was no way for her to evade it no matter what. She took it head-on. With a loud boom, the crimson light suddenly expanded, enveloping Shen Hongyue's entire body, as if it was going to devour her. Fang Xingqian once again stood with his hands behind his back, looking to the front with an indifferent expression. When the crimson light dissipated, Shen Hongyue was half kneeling on the ground with both hands supporting her. She was panting heavily, and her face was pale. That earlier attack seemed to have seeped in her body and wreaked havoc. She had no choice but to exhaust all her strength to defend against it. I admit defeat. After a few breaths, Shen Hongyue, who had recovered a little of her strength, spoke up. Her tone was low, and her expression was gloomy. She had never expected that there would be such a huge gap between her strength and Fang Xingchen's. Everyone else was also extremely astonished. No matter what, Shen Hanyue was at the level of the second level, while Fang Xingchen was at the level of the third level. Even the difference between the first level and the second level should not be that big. Could it be that the third level had already reached a level that was incomprehensible? He's indeed very strong, Qinzong said to himself, and a hint of battle intent flashed in his eyes. Qinzong knew that it would not be difficult for him to defeat Shen Hanyue. However, Fang Xingchen's methods were extraordinary, and this really surprised Qinzong. The more this was so, the more intense Qinzong's battle intent became. However, now was not the time for him to fight against Fang Xingchen. He took in a deep breath, and then a long exhalation, temporarily suppressing the battle intent in his heart. The other 8 people were all extremely shocked. Who could be a match for Fang Xingchen? As expected, the first place was already destined. The only one who could fight for it was the second place. No, perhaps only the third place. Thinking of this, Yu Zhengxiao, Tang Zhengming, and Tang Xiuyin could not help but glance at Qinzong. Back when they were carrying out the mission in the Crimson Sun subworld, the strength that Qinzong had displayed had already surpassed theirs. They also knew that Qinzong's cultivation had not reached the peak of the 9-star level back then. After such a period of cultivation, his strength must have become even stronger. It was just that they did not know what level he had reached. Had he reached the 3rd level? They were not sure. Qinzong did not admit or deny it. However, if one were to insist on saying that there was someone who could go up against Fang Xingchen, perhaps Qinzong had a slight possibility. However, it was only a slight possibility. This was especially so after seeing how Fang Xingchen had made his move. Fang Xingchen won, and Shen Hanyue lost for the second time. Eldest senior brother, this Fang Xingchen's strength is indeed very strong. A disciple of the ultimate martial heavenly sect was extremely surprised. He's indeed not weak. The black-robed young man's voice was deep, and his eyes flickered with a gleam of anticipation. Chapter 687. Liao Fifan stared at Qinzong with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Half a year ago, Mountain Master Mingguang and the elders had told them to cripple Qinzong if they met him in the sect competition. However, judging from the current situation, it was obviously impossible to cripple Qinzong. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the sect's rules, and even Mountain Master Mingguang would not be able to protect him. However, even if Liao Fifan could not cripple Qinzong, he could still teach him a lesson and humiliate him until he suffered a non-fatal injury. In this way, Mountain Master Mingguang would be happy to make Green Feather Mountain lose face. With a thought, Liao Fifan's eyes, which were staring at Qinzong, became increasingly cold and fierce. Soon after, the corners of his mouth lifted and hung a trace of a ferocious smile. Using an ice-cold and sharp voice, he said, "Qinzong, I hope that you can endure for a little longer. It is best if you do not admit defeat so early." Qinzong let out a smile upon hearing this. Sound from the outside world could not reach here, but the sounds here were not affected and could be heard outside. Liao Fifan did not deliberately lower his voice, nor did he deliberately increase his volume, but many people could hear him. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Judging from how easily Qinzong defeated Qin Yijue, Qinzong's strength was at least in the 2nd level, and he belonged to the stronger level. There was no doubt that Liao Fifan's strength was also in the 2nd level, but it was still unknown whether he was stronger than Qinzong. Of course, it was also because Liao Fifan did not know that Qin Yijue was easily defeated by Qinzong. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. This disciple of Mountain Mingguang is really interesting. Mountain Master Mingguang could not help laughing. Mountain Master Mingguang's eyes twitched and his face darkened. He wished he could slap Liao Fifan to death. At this point, Mountain Master Mingguang no longer placed his hopes on Liao Fifan. After all, Qinzong was not weak, at least not weaker than Liao Fifan. He might even be stronger. Number 6. Choose the battle terrain. Elder Yuan's voice sounded. 3 Sunland. Liao Fifan said his choice without hesitation. The terrain changed into a valley. There was no vegetation around the valley, only hard reddish-brown stones that seemed to emit a trace of scorching heat. Afterwards, 3 balls of scarlet light condensed above the valley, turning into 3 scorching suns. They unleashed sword-like rays of light recklessly, causing the temperature in the valley to rise even further. Without a doubt, this was a favorable battle environment for Liao Fifan. He drew the long saber from his waist. It was a long saber that was 3 fingers wide. The blade seemed to be bright yellow, but it also seemed to be scarlet red, with a faint halo around it. Are you ready? Then, Liao Fifan shook his long blade, and a palm-sized bright blade light, which looked like a crescent moon, cut through the air and chopped towards Shenzong's shoulder. Shenzong swung his shoulder, and the saber light brushed past him. It hit a rock behind him, and a saber mark appeared on it. Liao Fifan's figure flashed, and his body and saber became one as he approached Shenzong. The saber light became brighter, and it became somewhat dazzling. It swept up an ear-piercing whistling sound and fiercely chopped down from the sky. In an instant, dozens of saber lights fell from the sky like a fan, and Shenzong had nowhere to dodge. Every saber light carried the aura of the minor true meaning of fire. As the number 1 core disciple of Mingguang Mountain, Liao Fifan had already comprehended the 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire. The 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire were the true meanings that Liao Fifan mainly cultivated. Together with the inheritance of Mingguang Mountain, he chose the 3 Sun Land as a battle environment. There was both light and heat. In fact, the most suitable true meaning of Mingguang Mountain should be the true meaning of light. Unfortunately, the difficulty of comprehending and mastering the true meaning of light was above that of the true meaning of fire. Until now, Liao Fifan had only grasped the minor true meaning of light. Facing Liao Fifan's dozens of saber lights that carried the minor true meaning of fire, Shenzong's expression did not change. This level of attack was nothing, and it was only at the level of the second extreme. A single sword strike would be enough to break it. However, Shenzong did not intend to do so. The choice of battle environment interested Shenzong. The 3 Sun Land was suitable for Liao Fifan, but it did not mean that it was not suitable for him. Shenzong could clearly feel the aura of the minor true meaning of the true meaning of fire in his surroundings. It also carried the aura of another minor true meaning of light. Most importantly, he did not intend to defeat Liao Fifan easily. His long sword was unsheathed, bringing along a crimson light. It also carried the minor true meaning of fire. That's right. After obtaining a large amount of merits, Shenzong entered the realm of enlightenment many times. Not only did he comprehend all 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of water, but he also comprehended all 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire. Under such an environment, it was obviously suitable for the minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire to be displayed. Shenzong completely blocked the dozens of blade lights with his exquisite swordsmanship. He then counterattacked with his sword. Liao Fifan's expression suddenly turned serious. Shenzong's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. Crimson Sun Slash. The blade light was covered with a layer of raging flames. It continuously absorbed the minor true meaning of fire in the air, causing the power of the blade to continuously increase. The flames became more and more intense. Sun Incinerating First Form. Shenzong struck out with his sword. The Sun Incinerating First Form was a pseudo-lingwu that he created after comprehending the 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire. It was divided into 4 forms. The first form incorporated 1 minor true meaning of fire. The second form incorporated 2 minor true meanings of fire. The third form incorporated 3 minor true meanings of fire, and the fourth form incorporated 4 minor true meanings of fire. It was very simple and direct. The crimson sword light brought along a corona of light. It was as if it was covered in red flames. It ruthlessly broke through the air and collided with the gigantic blade light of the Crimson Sun Slash. Subsequently, the Crimson Sun Slash and the Sun Incinerating First Form both collapsed. Sun incinerating second form. Chunzong performed the second form, and its power was even more tyrannical. Scorching fire sky strike. Liao Fifen's blade swept out and raised up. The crimson blade light diffused and condensed. It then rushed up to the sky, reaching 100 meters in the air. It constantly compressed and condensed into the shape of a blade tip. The extremely terrifying aura locked onto Chunzong from afar. Fall. The gigantic blade tip's high-speed friction with the air burst out an even more shocking heat. It was like a comet shooting down, ruthlessly bombarding down. High up in the sky. Sharp. Huge. Blazing. When all these things merged together, it also carried the power of three little true meanings. Moreover, in the three-sun land, a battle environment that was suitable for him, it caused the power of this attack to gradually approach that of a fake spirit martial force with four little true meanings. Very strong. As the scorching fire sky strike fell, Liao Fifen closed in on Chunzong. His long blade vibrated, and layers of blade light diffused out. Immediately, the speed of the blade reached the extreme. What was integrated into this blade was not the minor true meaning of fire, but the minor true meaning of light. Light was originally extremely good at speed, so the speed of this blade was also indescribably fast. In an instant, Chunzong faced two tyrannical attacks. His expression did not change. Although this level was very strong and was enough to severely injure or even kill some of the second extreme, it was still not enough for Chunzong. His vision blurred as the raging fire sky strike smashed through the hard rocks of the valley, creating a hole that was several meters deep. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, waves of heat that could burn an ordinary martial artist to death soared into the sky. An extremely bright saber light flashed past like an aurora, cutting a shadow that was distorted like smoke into pieces. Liao Fifen's eyelids twitched. His expression was very ugly, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. This Chunzong's strength seemed to be beyond his expectations. A burst of heat came from his back. Liao Fifen quickly turned around and slashed out with his long blade. At the same time, his body shook, and three shadows appeared. In a flash, he rushed forward again. The blade and sword clashed. Countless ear-piercing sounds of collision burst forth, and countless sparks flew. Chunzong's sword was very fast, and so was Liao Fifen's blade. However, Liao Fifen used his full speed, while Chunzong hit his speed. In this way, both sides were evenly matched. This person's strength shouldn't only be at this level. A core disciple of the ultimate martial heavenly sect frowned and said doubtfully. Just now, he had seen the scene of Chunzong defeating Qin Yijue with a single sword. It doesn't matter. The ultimate martial heavenly sect's eldest core disciple said indifferently. In his eyes, there was only Fang Xingchen. That's true. Without the strength of the third extreme, he is not worthy of eldest martial brother's attention. However, the other core disciples who had made it to the top 10 did not feel anything special. This was because they were not clear about Chunzong's true strength. Red Sun Slash. Scorching Fire Slash. 3 flowing light strikes. Scorching Fire Sky Strike. Liao Fifen displayed one move after another of his self-created or fake Lingwu techniques left behind by his predecessors. With a blade in hand, he continuously slashed at Chunzong in an extremely violent manner. Realizing that Chunzong's strength was not simple, he no longer had any thoughts of tormenting and humiliating Chunzong. Instead, he wanted to defeat him. Ultimate Radiant Slash. Holding the long blade with both hands, Liao Fifen raised it up high. The violent minor true intent and his tyrannical strength were completely infused into it. The minor true intent in the surroundings was also attached to it. It was as if a vortex was flowing backward. The 3 blazing suns in the sky seemed to have exploded, blasting out an even more shocking light and heat. Slash! With a thunderous roar, a huge and dazzling blade light slashed down. The shocking arc split everything in front of it apart, making Chunzong's scalp tingle. Ultimate Radiant Slash. MT Mingguang's inherited secret technique. This slash was infused with 4 minor true intents. One of them was the minor true intent of light, while the other 3 were the minor true intent of fire. 4 styles of incinerating sun. Qinzong held his sword horizontally in front of him. His expression was somewhat cold and solemn. His sword fingers swept across the crimson blade. Immediately, the sword seemed to have been activated. A stream of flame shot out, carrying with it a moving spirituality. After that, the sword slashed out. It looked ordinary, but the heat from the 3 blazing suns in the sky seemed to be attracted and poured into it. This kind of battle environment was also advantageous to Qinzong. As the sword slashed out, the blade disappeared, leaving only a stream of flame in the air. Chapter 688. Under the strong light, a figure was sent flying. Faint poochie-poochie sounds could be heard, as if a balloon was leaking air. Wisps of blood and chi shot out from his body. Liao Fifan's expression was extremely ugly. His clothes were torn and tattered, and there were many wounds on his body. The blood and chi were spurting out from his body. Qinzong's sword shook slightly, and the sword chi broke through the air. His expression was cold as he attacked again. One sword split into 10 swords, and then into 100 swords. The sword light was either straight or curved, and there were all kinds of forces contained within. Liao Fifan could only continuously defend, and was completely caught up in the rhythm. It was as if he was caught in a storm. Gradually, he could no longer distinguish between north and south. He wanted to use his ultimate move to counterattack, but he could not find an opportunity. Another sword slashed down, and after breaking the long saber, it went straight for Liao Fifan's chest. The extremely powerful force was ferocious, like a landslide. Liao Fifan's body trembled violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. There was a cold touch on his neck, and it made his hair stand on end. It was the tip of a sword. Defeated. It was obvious that he had lost, and he was defeated in a battle environment that was advantageous to him. Recalling what he had said before, Liao Fifan felt extremely ashamed. He wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. "Are you satisfied that you've lasted until now?" Qinzong asked as he withdrew his sword. This sentence was like an invisible sword that pierced into Liao Fifan's heart. He groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Qinzong won 1 point, and Liao Fifan lost no points. The next match was number 5, Su Hongyan, and her opponent was number 4, Tang Jingming. As the initiator of the challenge, Su Hongyan could naturally choose a battle environment that was advantageous to her. Moreover, Su Hongyan had reached the 2nd stage earlier than Tang Jingming, and her talent was not inferior to Tang Jingming's in the slightest. Therefore, after a fierce battle, Tang Jingming was defeated. It was number 4 Tang Jingming's turn. His opponent was unfortunately number 1 Fong Xingqian. "Senior Fong, please." Putting away the bitter smile on his face, Tang Jingming clasped his fists and made his move. Fong Xingqian's strength was deeply ingrained in Tang Jingming's heart. This made Tang Jingming know that he wasn't a match for Fong Xingqian. However, no matter what, he had to fight and go all out to see the difference between him and Fong Xingqian. As expected, despite Tang Jingming going all out, he was still unable to do anything to Fong Xingqian. Fong Xingqian just stood where he was, not moving at all. He merely used his right hand to fend off all of Tang Jingming's attacks, and then retaliated with a light slap. Tang Jingming was unable to put up any resistance and was sent flying in defeat. Fong Xingqian's strength was even more shocking. On the ultimate martial heavenly sex side, the eyes of the core eldest senior brother grew increasingly bright. Next, it was number 3 Liu Yang's turn. His opponent was number 10 Lin Bai. The battle environment that Liu Yang had chosen was a volcanic area that was advantageous to him. The surroundings were filled with high temperatures. Looking at Lin Bai, it seemed that he did not like such an environment. However, there was nothing he could do. Even if he did not like it, he still had to fight unless he admitted defeat. There was no way Lin Bai would admit defeat. In the battle with Su Hongyan, Lin Bai seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. However, with the strength of a minor origin realm cultivator, he had already recovered. The extreme Sun Mountain's inherited martial arts were related to the blazing sun, while the Inwen Mountain's inherited martial arts were related to the bright moon. When the two of them fought, it could be said that the sun and moon shone together, creating a magnificent scene. Boom, boom, boom. With the extreme sun wheel in his hand, Lu Yang continuously attacked. Streaks of dazzling suns blasted towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai wore a pair of thin gloves that seemed to have fused with his hands. With a flip of his hands, he held up a cold crescent moon, resisting Lu Yang's attacks with great difficulty. Pieces of scorching hard rock shattered, turning into powder. However, Lin Bai held on, displaying astonishing tenacity. Earlier when he fought with Su Hongyan, although Lin Bai's strength was slightly weaker, his tenacity was astonishing. In the end, he managed to turn the situation around and win. With the Inuan mountain in his hand, Lin Bai relied on his tenacity to resist Lu Yang's attacks. I don't believe it. Lu Yang was ruthless. He felt that Lin Bai's strength was not as good as his. Not to mention that this was a battle environment that was advantageous to him. How could he not be able to break his opponent's defense? His attacks became more and more violent. However, Lin Bai was still holding on, giving people the feeling that he was barely holding on. It seemed that as long as Lu Yang made a few more moves, he would be able to break through his defense and defeat him. Sun Luminous Sky. Using his ultimate move, a huge fireball fell from the sky like a blazing sun, fiercely blasting towards Lin Bai. This attack constantly absorbed the blazing aura in the air, increasing its power. Lu Yang believed that with the power of this attack, it was enough to break Lin Bai's defense and defeat him. The strong explosion covered dozens of meters and continued to compress, as if it was constantly being pulled by an invisible hand. Suddenly, Lu Yang had a bad feeling, but he was too slow. He didn't know when Lin Bai had appeared behind him, holding a cold crescent moon in his hand, and fiercely imprinted it on Lu Yang's back. Lu Yang had no idea how Lin Bai had appeared behind him. He was directly bombarded, and his protective power was instantly shattered. The crescent moon had an extremely tyrannical power, and a trace of coldness constantly seeped into his body, spreading like the claws of an octopus. He quickly felt numb, and it was difficult to mobilize his power. Lu Yang experienced the same feeling as Su Hongyan. However, Lu Yang had not completely lost his ability to resist. His blazing power erupted, dispelling the coldness that had invaded his body. However, Lin Bai had already released a few more attacks, all of which bombarded Lu Yang's back, and an even stronger coldness invaded his body. In the competition of power, Lin Bai's face became paler and paler, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. Lu Yang's situation was even worse. He could not move, and could only constantly mobilize his power, desperately trying to expel the invading power. The battle between the two became strange. It was not exciting at all, but it was very dangerous. In the end, Lin Bai's tenacity was amazing. Even if he was seriously injured, he still held on, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I admit defeat. Lu Yang opened his mouth with difficulty. He felt the blazing power in his body slowly turn cold, and his limbs gradually became numb. He knew that it was difficult to continue fighting and could only admit defeat helplessly and sullenly. He did not want to admit defeat, but in this situation, there was really no other way. After all, it was not a real life and death battle, and some external forces could not be used. Lin Bai spat out another mouthful of blood. It was a ghastly sight, and people even suspected that he was almost out of blood. Thank you for letting me win. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Lin Bai, who was as pale as a ghost, squeezed out a smile, and his feminine voice seemed to have become much weaker. He won again. I don't quite understand. Many disciples in the spectator stand looked at each other. The experts in the upper echelons frowned slightly, and then seemed to understand, but they did not say anything. Fang Xingqian's gaze fell on Lin Bai, and he took a few more glances. Qinzong felt that Lin Bai was a little strange, but he could not pinpoint what was strange about him. However, Qinzong paid more attention to Lin Bai. Although this person did not look strong, his methods were quite strange. The next match was number 2 Qinzong. Qinzong chose a flat ground for the battle, which was simple and direct. Qinzong's opponent was number 8 Tong Xiuyin. Senior sister, please advise me, Qinzong said with a smile. The two of them had fought side by side, and they were connected through the identity token. Occasionally, they would contact each other, and it was usually Tong Xiuyin who took the initiative. After all, Chunzong would not take the initiative to contact others if there was nothing important. Junior brother, I should be the one saying that. Tong Xiuyin smiled gently, and then she pulled out a long whip and shook it. Like a snake coming out of its cave, it pierced through more than 10 meters and directly pierced toward Chunzong. Previously, Tong Xiuyin's strength was not as good as Chunzong's. Now that she had reached the second level, the gap between her and Chunzong had widened. However, Chunzong did not use his full strength to defeat Tong Xiuyin in one go. The long whip circled and attacked from all directions. Together with the whip, it transformed into many illusions, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was a fighting style of using softness to conquer strength. Chunzong had a sword in his hand, but it was not as fierce and domineering as when he fought with Liao Fifan. This was because this time, Chunzong used the minor true meaning of water. Every sword move was like flowing water, soft and full of tenacity. Every sword move did not seem strong, but deflected every one of Tong Xiuyin's attacks. Gradually, he grasped the rhythm, and Tong Xiuyin could only follow his rhythm. Dark Feather, your disciple's swordsmanship is very brilliant, Rainbow Mountain Lord said with a smile. It is indeed not bad. This kid is quite talented in swordsmanship. Dark Feather did not hide his joy. Mountain Lord Mingguang's face became gloomier. The more he looked at Chunzong, the more he disliked him. Tong Xiuyin used all her means, but she could not turn the tables. She simply withdrew her whip and admitted defeat. Senior sister, thank you for letting me win. Chunzong cupped his hands and smiled. Junior brother, you're too polite. Tong Xiuyin also smiled. She was not depressed because of her defeat. She was already mentally prepared. The next match was naturally Fang Xingchen's challenge. Everyone's heart skipped a beat because anyone could become Fang Xingchen's opponent. Soon, Fang Xingchen took out the light ball. The light ball shattered, revealing a number. Number 6. Liao Fifan was stunned, and his face turned ugly. He had just been defeated by Chunzong. Was he going to be defeated again? Liao Fifan took a deep breath and said directly, I admit defeat. He was very clear about the gap between him and Fang Xingchen. Since that was the case, why should he make a move and embarrass himself? No one was surprised that Liao Fifan admitted defeat, and no one mocked him. After all, the gap between them was so obvious. Fang Xingchen did not look surprised at all, as if this was normal. With that, the first round of the elimination competition ended. Elder Yuando waved his hand again, and another 10 light balls appeared for everyone to choose from. Those who have already fought won't be drawn again. What he meant was that the two parties who had already fought in the first round would not draw their respective numbers. Everyone made their move, each grabbing a light ball. It did not matter what opponent they drew. This was because the rules of the competition determined that they would have to fight with the other 9 people. The only difference was that they had fought before. In the blink of an eye, all 10 light balls were taken. Everyone knew who their opponents were, but they did not say it out loud. Chapter 689. Number 1 Fang Xingchen, and his opponent was number 9 Yu Zhengxiao. Taking a deep breath, Yu Zhengxiao chose to battle in the Sea of Clouds. This was a battle environment that was advantageous to him. Sky Strike, Sky Crane. Without any probing, Yu Zhengxiao unleashed 2 moves right from the start. The first move opened up a path, and a grayish-white saber light split the Sea of Clouds apart, causing mist to fill the air. He only unleashed the second move. The grayish-white crane with a wingspan of over 10 meters suddenly flapped its wings and pounced toward Fang Xingchen at an astonishing speed. The crane's beak was extremely sharp, and its claws extended forward as it pounced ferociously, as if it could pierce through and tear apart everything. At the edge of its sharp claws, countless wisps of smoke curled up. The Sea of Clouds churned, rising and falling along with the crane. The waves were endless, and they surged toward Fang Xingchen. Its might was astonishing, as if it was carrying with it the pressure of heaven and earth. This saber attack had surpassed Yu Zhengxiao's previous standards. It was a highly concentrated attack that surpassed one's limits. Under the pressure from Fang Xingqian and the stimulation of the unyielding battle intent in his heart, this saber attack had finally broken through his limits. After slashing out with this saber attack, Yu Zhengxiao felt a sense of satisfaction. It was a sublimation of his spirit, but at the same time, a feeling of emptiness rose within him. A gleam flashed in Fang Xingqian's eyes, like the twinkling of a cold star. He reached out with one hand, his 5 fingers slightly bent, as if he was holding on to something. With this one hand, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen, and the churning sea of clouds also instantly became calm. The gigantic crane attacked, and Fang Xingqian's hand seemed to be expanding and expanding continuously. Then, he grabbed onto the gigantic crane and clenched his fist lightly. With a popping sound, as if some bubble had burst, countless grayish-white wisps of smoke seeped out from between the fingers of the gigantic hand. Layers and layers of sea of clouds came crashing down, but with a wave of the gigantic hand, they dissipated like a gust of strong wind. "I admit defeat," Yu Zhengxiao shouted in a very straightforward manner. Instantly, the gigantic hand that was slapping toward him dissipated like an illusion, disappearing without a trace. Yu Zhengxiao could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It was true that he had the guts to challenge Fang Xingqian, but after his saber attack that surpassed his limits was easily defeated by Fang Xingqian, he became even more aware of the gap between him and Fang Xingqian. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue fighting. Injuries weren't fun. Although he could recover quickly with the strength of a minor origin realm cultivator, the pain was real. He wasn't a masochist who would want to get hurt for no reason. "He's too strong," Yu Zhengxiao said with a wry smile as he brushed past Qinzong. "Very strong indeed." Qinzong also responded with a smile. Qinzong was number 2. After Fang Xingqian's battle ended, it would be his turn. His opponent was number 5, Su Hongyan, the second core disciple of Jinyuan Mountain. Qinzong still chose to fight on flat ground. Su Hongyan held a thin red saber in her hand and slashed down. Among the secret techniques of Jinyuan Mountain, there was a Yuan Gang technique that was similar to Green Feather Mountain's Yuan Gang technique. It was a secret technique that further compressed and condensed one's pseudo-spiritual energy. The power of the condensed Yuan Gang force would be much stronger than that of pseudo-spiritual energy, and it could significantly increase one's battle prowess. The Yuan Gang technique's cultivation was called Yuan Gang Force. It was a vigorous and domineering Yuan Gang force that focused on using strength to suppress others. However, the Yuan Gang force cultivated by Yuan Gang technique was different. It was light and sharp. Su Hongyan's long saber slashed down. As the saber and sword clashed, Qinzong could clearly feel the power of Yuan Gang force. However, compared to his Void Sword force, there was still a gap. After all, the Void Sword force was a new force that was formed by merging 3 types of energy into one. Slash, slash, slash. Su Hongyan's speed was extremely fast. Her body and saber merged together, and her figure disappeared. Only a red saber slashed wildly, leaving behind layers of saber shadows that densely covered a radius of tens of meters. Under the pressure of the red saber shadows, the hard ground was constantly split open. Countless saber marks were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. However, no matter how Su Hongyan attacked with her saber or how she attacked, Qinzong completely blocked her attacks with the sword in his hand. Other than Lin Bai, the 10 people who made it to the top 10 all had the strength of the second level. Every one of them was not simple. They had their own exquisite martial techniques and attainments, as well as their own unique methods. The reason why Qinzong did not use his full strength to easily defeat them was that he wanted to see what they were capable of. He hoped to gain something from it. The more Su Hongyan attacked, the more helpless she felt. A feeling of powerlessness grew in her heart. She used all of her methods, but she could not break through the defense of Qinzong's sword. Then, she suddenly slashed out with her saber and directly used her strongest move. Countless red saber shadows came from all directions, densely covering Qinzong and then devouring him. Su Hongyan stood in the distance and stared with a solemn face. She was not sure if her move could defeat Qinzong. All of a sudden, a crimson sword light flashed from one end to the other. It was like cutting a watermelon from the inside. Countless crimson sword lights were separated, and a figure walked out. Behind him, the crimson sword lights were dissipating. This scene greatly touched Su Hongyan, and her pupils contracted. "Senior sister Su, take this." A light voice like a cool breeze blew. The moment his voice fell, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. Dark strike. The grayish-white sword light broke through the air. It was extremely fast and incomparably mysterious. Su Hongyan only had time to raise her saber to block, but she found that everything in front of her seemed to be moving backward rapidly. What was moving backward was not the scenery in front of her, but herself. That sword was unmatched. Very strong. Very strong. Chunzong won, and Su Hongyan lost. In the third round of the second round, number 3 Lu Yong faced number 6 Liao Fifan in the third round. This battle was extremely fierce because their strength was about the same. Lu Yong chose the battle environment not only to his advantage, but also to Liao Fifan. This battle lasted for an entire half an hour before it ended in a draw. It was because they had exhausted all their strength and were unable to continue fighting. A draw meant that they could not get any points. In the fourth round of the second round, number 4 Tang Zhengming faced number 7 Shun Hongyue in the fourth round. It was also a very fierce battle, but Tang Zhengming won in the end. In the fifth round of the second round, number 5 Su Hongyan faced number 8 Tong Xiuyin in the fifth round. Su Hongyan won. In the sixth round of the second round, number 6 Liao Fifan faced number 10 Lin Bai in the sixth round. This battle was very fierce. Lin Bai once again showed amazing tenacity. Even if he kept vomiting blood, he was determined not to fall. In the end, he defeated Liao Fifan again. Liao Fifan looked terrible because so far, he had lost 3 times and tied once. He did not get any points. Lin Bai, on the other hand, fought 3 times. Although he kept vomiting blood every time, he won all of them and had accumulated 3 points. So far, there were only 3 people who kept winning continuously. They were Fang Xingchen, Chunzong, and Lin Bai. There were also 3 people who did not get any points. They were Lu Yong, Liao Fifan, and Shen Hongyue. The others had their own wins and losses. One battle after another, the second round of the points competition ended soon. But the battle did not end there. Numbers were drawn again, and the third round began. Round after round, 6 rounds had passed. Fang Xingchen and Chunzong kept winning continuously, and so did Lin Bai. It seems that the second place will probably be decided between Chunzong and Lin Bai. I think Chunzong will get the second place. Not necessarily. Look at Lin Bai. He kept vomiting blood in every battle, making people feel that he was going to fall. But he won every battle. That's true. In the 7th round, Fang Xingchen still looked good. Chunzong kept winning continuously, and so did Lin Bai. In the 8th round, finally, someone's winning streak is going to be ended. Many people were excited. It was because Lin Bai was up against Fang Xingchen. One was the publicly acknowledged number 1, the most powerful person. The other was someone who was looked down upon from the start and kept vomiting blood in every battle. Yet, he kept winning time and time again. How would the battle between them be? Would Fang Xingchen defeat Lin Bai easily, or would Lin Bai persevere under Fang Xingchen's attacks, keep vomiting blood like before, and win in the end? "Show me your full strength," Fang Xingchen said. His first sentence shocked everyone. What does that mean? Could it be that Lin Bai has been hiding his strength all this while? If that's true, he has hidden it too well. Instantly, everyone in the spectator stand was shocked and started discussing. This sounded simply too inconceivable. Of course I have to do this when I'm fighting against Senior Fang. Lin Bai smiled, and his gentle voice was like a gust of cold wind. Hearing Lin Bai's words, the expressions of the people who had lost to Lin Bai changed drastically. He had hidden his strength. An indescribable feeling rose in them. In short, they felt very uncomfortable. This battle was initiated by Lin Bai, so he could choose the battle environment. Against Fang Xingchen, Lin Bai's choice was especially important. In the end, he chose a valley with a waning moon in the sky. The waning moon was faint, emitting a cold and desolate glow, illuminating the night. In the valley, there were many rocks and under the desolate moonlight, it appeared even more lonely. Lin Bai and Fang Xingchen were separated by tens of meters, facing each other from afar. Lin Bai raised his arms and pointed his fingers upwards. A cold glow gathered in his palms, turning into two cold waning moons. The waning moons left his palms and started to revolve around Lin Bai's body. Under the moonlight, they started to divide. 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8, and 8 divided into 16. A total of 16 fist-sized waning moons circled around Lin Bai, protecting him from all angles. Fang Xingchen did not make a move, allowing Lin Bai to make his preparations. Against Fang Xingchen, Lin Bai did not dare to be careless. He did not dare to be like before. Therefore, he had to make sufficient preparations. Since Fang Xingchen had given him time, he would not stand on ceremony. When the 16 waning moons appeared, Lin Bai raised his arms once again as if grabbing at the waning moons in the sky. Instantly, a large amount of moonlight scattered down, gathering in his hands. The moonlight rapidly stretched and changed, covering his 5 fingers. Lin Bai's fingers seemed to have turned into 10 thin and long waning moons, exuding an astonishing chill. There was also a faint threatening sharpness to them. Lin Bai had not displayed these techniques before. This made everyone even more certain that Lin Bai had not gone all out earlier. Or rather, he had not shown his true strength. Chapter 690. Fang Xingchen's figure flew out, descending like a crescent moon. Lin Bai's 10 fingers slashed out, turning into 10 small crescent moons. They brought with them a cold and sharp edge as they slashed toward Fang Xingchen. 10 gashes were torn in void space, and it was a shocking sight. The moment Lin Bai made his move, everyone could tell that Lin Bai was definitely at the 2nd level. Moreover, he had not just entered the 2nd level. Fang Xingchen placed his hands behind his back and swayed his shoulders. He did not take any stance, but he slid backward like flowing water. No matter how close the 10 crescent moons slashed toward him, there was still a gap between them. That gap was like a natural moat. One advanced, and one retreated. He advanced rapidly and retreated calmly. Suddenly, the 10 crescent moons flickered and disappeared. They then suddenly appeared behind Fang Xingchen, surrounding him in a fan shape and slashing toward him. However, Fang Xingchen swung out with one hand, and a domineering and vigorous Yuan Gang force swept out, shattering all 10 crescent moons. They turned into faint white light that filled up the entire sky and filled up the surroundings. However, the white light gathered once again, condensing into a faint white crescent moon that was half a meter long. It slashed down from the sky, as if it had split the valley into 2. Its prowess was astonishing, and the crescent moon's edges exuded an extremely cold glow, locking on a Fang Xingchen. It had a determination to pursue him to the ends of the earth. However, Fang Xingchen reached out with his other hand and grabbed at the air, grabbing the crescent moon in his hand and slashing it toward Lin Bai like a machete. This method of controlling one's opponent's attack and then using it to attack the enemy was extremely astonishing. Lin Bai's countenance changed drastically, but he did not panic in the face of danger. With a sway of his body, the 16 crescent moons circling around him became much faster, and Lin Bai's body became even lighter. He narrowly avoided the machete's attack. The machete's attack missed and dissipated once again, turning into countless rays of white light and spreading out. Lin Bai's lithe figure leaped up into the sky. With a shake of his arms, a faint white crescent moon that was 1 meter long suddenly rose behind him. Lin Bai, who was floating several tens of meters up in the sky, seemed to have turned into a crescent moon. Immediately, the crescent moon in the sky released an even denser moonlight, which landed on Lin Bai's body and was continuously absorbed, causing the surroundings to sink into darkness. Senior Brother Fang, this is my strongest move. Even I can't fully control its power. Be careful. The feminine voice brought with it heavy sound waves that wreaked havoc in the world. Suddenly, the waning moon behind Lin Bai became extremely dazzling. It was like the light of the sun, and as Lin Bai pointed his finger, it began to violently fluctuate. Illusionary moon, 1,000 sand. He seemed to be murmuring softly, as if he was talking to himself. When his voice left his mouth, it was like an invisible wind, like a wispy mist that dissipated in the surroundings, but then clearly traveled into everyone's ears. From the dazzling waning moon that was as bright as the scorching sun, tiny fragments the size of a fingernail shot out. They were densely packed like quicksand. Everyone could clearly see a long river of white sand shooting down from several tens of meters in midair. One end was connected to Lin Bai, while the other end was charging toward Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen's brows twitched slightly. This was the first time he had shown an expression that was different from his usual indifference. It showed the astonishment in his heart, as well as a hint of seriousness. Yes, the prowess of this move was very, very strong. It was strong enough to make Fang Xingchen take it seriously. Outside, everyone's countenance was grim. The aura exuded by this move made them feel a great threat. Putting themselves in Fang Xingchen's shoes, they realized that they would not be able to fend it off at all. They were even more astonished. "It's a great move," Fang Xingchen said, praising without any hesitation. "Since that's the case, take a move of mine as well." With that, Fang Xingchen once again put out his hand. His 5 drooping fingers seemed to have been lifted up from the water. Specks of light flashed between his fingers, becoming resplendent like starlight. His 5 fingers slowly opened up, and countless starlight gathered in them, condensing into something like a star. Then, that star also spread out, covering the entire palm. He reached out, grabbing toward the air, as well as the illusionary moon quicksand that kept on shooting down. Fang Xingchen has already practiced the star-plucking hand to the extreme. A Heaven Realm elder from Mount Jinyuan stroked his long beard, nodding with a smile. The sect master was also smiling. He was very satisfied with this disciple of his, Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen's talent in cultivation was superb, and his comprehension was outstanding. He was undoubtedly a genius. Star-plucking hand. This was one of Mount Jinyuan's secret martial arts legacies. Compared to the other 6 mountains, Mount Jinyuan, which was the main mountain, had an additional high-end legacy. One of his hands was covered with countless starlight, as if he was holding the stars in his hand. No matter how much the illusionary moon quicksand kept on attacking his hand, it was unable to stop it at all. Only the fragmented white moonlight kept on shattering more and more. Lin Bai's expression was grim. As he waved his arms, he absorbed even more moonlight, shooting out even more fragmented moonlight. Gradually, his eyes were covered with a layer of white. Clearly, he had already unleashed all of his power, not holding back at all. He was also making full use of the environment's advantage. "This attack is already infinitely close to the 3rd level," an elder said in a low voice. "This disciple called Lin Bai is really good at enduring." The Yinhua Mountain chieftain was also very surprised. She did not know that Lin Bai had such strength. She could only say that he had hidden it too well. And he had hidden it so well probably because he wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat right now. He did indeed seem like he was going to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat if he could defeat Fang Xingchen. It would be even more shocking. However, that was impossible and could only be imagined. The star-plucking hand kept on closing in. Even if Lin Bai unleashed all of his power, he could not move it at all. In the end, the hand that kept on growing bigger and bigger hit Lin Bai. The fragmented moonlight shattered, and Lin Bai was sent flying, vomiting blood. Everyone was already used to Lin Bai vomiting blood. However, it was different this time. Lin Bai could swear that the previous vomiting of blood was just an act to hide his strength and make others underestimate him. However, this time, he was really injured, and it was not light. With a bang, Lin Bai landed on the ground and vomited another mouthful of blood. His chest was dyed red, and his breathing was weak. "You're not bad. You made me use part of my strength," Fang Xingchen said softly with his hands behind his back. Lin Bai coughed and got up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. "But I still lost. With your strength, other than me, no one in the sect's core disciples should be a match for you," Fang Xingchen said casually, as if comforting Lin Bai. Fang Xingchen won and got another point. Lin Bai lost and did not get any points. It seems that Lin Bai has a high chance of getting 2nd place. There's still Qinzong. I'm sure that Qinzong is not a match for Lin Bai. Gray Feather, you can give me your mystic tortoise shield in advance, the Mingguang Mountain Master said with a cold smile. Until the last moment, how can we know the outcome? The Gray Feather Mountain Master replied calmly. But in fact, the Green Feather Mountain Lord was not confident. Although he believed that Qinzong had a chance to reach the third extreme after reaching the peak of the 9-star realm, there was still a chance. He was not 100% sure. Plus, he was busy before, so he did not pay attention to Qinzong's strength. He only hoped that Qinzong really had the strength to reach the third level. Otherwise, losing the Mystic Tortoise Shield was not a big deal. The discussion about the strength of Qinzong and Lin Bai continued to increase. Finally, there was a conclusion. Qinzong versus Lin Bai. This battle would determine who would get second place. Qinzong was the one who initiated the challenge and had the right to choose the battle environment. Qinzong's choice surprised everyone, including Lin Bai. He actually chose Inyue Valley. I don't understand. Doesn't he know that Inyue Valley is the most advantageous for Lin Bai? Maybe he's confident that he could defeat Lin Bai in this state. He doesn't know what he's doing. The disciples of Inyue Mountain belittled Qinzong. Does he think that he's powerful just because he has more swords? Gray Feather, your disciple's character, the Mingguang Mountain Master said again, shaking his head with a hint of mockery. He would not let go of any opportunity to attack Qinzong. The Gray Feather Mountain Master's expression did not change. He also felt that Qinzong's choice was a little reckless and arrogant. Maybe this kind of terrain is also advantageous for Qinzong, the Rainbow Mountain Master said with a smile. That was quite possible. I don't understand why you're doing this, but I won't show you any mercy. Lin Bai's soft voice entered Qinzong's ears. I just want to try the illusory moon quicksand. Qinzong smiled. Lin Bai shook his head. He felt that Qinzong was too arrogant. Qinzong did not say anything else. He just pulled out his sword and slashed. A crimson sword light pierced through the air like a crescent moon and cut open the hard rock surface of the valley. It continued to extend forward with an extremely powerful force. No matter what it was, it slashed through it and went straight for Lin Bai. Lin Bai's expression suddenly changed. The aura of this sword light was oppressive, making him feel that it was very strong. It was stronger than the opponents he had defeated before. Then Lin Bai opened his hands and grabbed, and a white crescent moon pierced through the air. The sword light and crescent moon shattered one after another. More crescent moons pierced through the air and attacked from all directions, wave after wave. Qinzong shattered all the sword lights with his sword. Lin Bai's body was once again surrounded by 16 crescent moons. His 10 fingers were also covered by the light of the crescent moons. He closed in and grabbed at the sky. Clang! Clang! In close combat, the 16 crescent moons around Lin Bai also attacked Qinzong from all directions. Qinzong felt as if he was being attacked by many people at the same time. However, Qinzong blocked all the attacks with the sword in his hand. The more he attacked, the more Lin Bai frowned. He realized that he could not defeat Qinzong even if he stopped hiding his strength. Instead, as time passed, he felt more and more helpless. He could not break through his opponent's defense at all. Everyone else also realized this and was a little surprised. Chapter 691. There's a thread in the book review section, started by love like color glass. Every time we build a story, we'll reward our book with 10 horizontal coins. Come on, brothers, let's do it. Build as many stories as we can. 6 Dao, get ready. Illusory moon of 1,000 sand. Numerous fine crescent moons that were the size of fingernails surged over in a vast and endless stream, causing space to be torn apart while the darkness in the surroundings grew even deeper, causing one's heart to palpitate. Qinzong raised his head slightly and stared at the vast and cold moonlight. He couldn't see Lin Bai's figure, and the world seemed to have disappeared. The world was silent, and only the river of fragmented moons filled his eyes. Every fragmented moon emitted a shocking power. It was cold and sharp, like the tip of a sword. It was indeed a very powerful move. Combined with the environment of the Inyue Valley, it was close to the level of the third level. However, a small difference was a small difference. It was a kind of bottleneck, a gap that couldn't be crossed yet. Qinzong swung his sword and seemed to drag it through the air, causing layers of ripples that were like water to spread out silently. Voila! The four minor true intents of the true intent of fire were infused into the sword at the same time. The sword body seemed to be enveloped by a layer of flames, burning fiercely, incinerating the surrounding darkness into nothingness. At the same time, the illusory moon thousand sand that was shooting over was illuminated with a red glow, as magnificent as the afterglow of the sunset. Burning sun, four styles. With a low shout, Qinzong swung his sword upwards. It was as if a rising sun had turned into a scorching sun, burning fiercely, as if it could burn everything. Qinzong had already used a considerable part of his strength for this move. Like a hot knife through butter, the illusory moon of thousand sand was shattered inch by inch. The burning sun sword's light was unparalleled, and as it destroyed the illusory moon of thousand sand, it also cut through the middle and slashed towards Lin Bai, who was in midair. When the illusory moon of thousand sand was used, Lin Bai, who was in midair, couldn't react in time and was immediately hit. He flew up into the air and then fell several hundred meters away. He let out a muffled groan and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of hot blood. Before the blood landed on the ground, it evaporated under the high temperature and disappeared. After falling, Lin Bai stood up with difficulty. His body swayed, and there was a scorched sword scar on his chest. Lin Bai, whose face was getting paler, looked at Qinzong with a hint of shock and doubt. Qinzong held his sword in his hand and looked at Lin Bai. His sword attack just now had already injured Lin Bai. The scorching sword energy had invaded his body and wreaked havoc. It was definitely not a good feeling. The third level? Lin Bai's feminine voice was a little hoarse. Qinzong nodded slightly, causing an uproar. In an instant, Fang Xingqian's eyes flashed, and there seemed to be a cold light flickering in them. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Qinzong. The core disciples of the ultimate martial heavenly sect were also surprised. They narrowed their eyes and looked at Qinzong. It's really the third level. Yu Xiao was shocked. Although he had guessed that Qinzong's strength might have reached the third level, a guess was still a guess. Especially after seeing Fang Xingqian's strength, he felt that the gap between the second and third level was very big. The possibility of Qinzong also being the third level had decreased by a lot. But he didn't expect that Qinzong really was the third level. Dark Feather, this disciple of yours has hidden his strength well. The Yinhua Mountain's mountain lord couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought that Lin Bai was the biggest dark horse, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Qinzong was the biggest dark horse. I didn't know that this kid had hidden his strength so well. The Dark Feather Mountain's mountain lord laughed. He was basically sure that the second place belonged to him. In other words, he had won the bet with the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord. Mingguang, you can give me the myrtle gown now, the Dark Feather Mountain's mountain lord said to the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord without holding back. No one knows the result until the last moment, the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord said coldly. Some people won't cry until they see the coffin, the Dark Feather Mountain's mountain lord sneered. You're so young, but you've hidden your strength so well. With such shrewdness, you won't even know when your Dark Feather Mountain will be sold, the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord said sarcastically. Haha, so sour. Where is the taste coming from? The Dark Feather Mountain's mountain lord laughed, causing the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord's face to turn gloomy. Lin Bai felt the blazing fire energy wreaking havoc in his body. He had no choice but to use his strength to suppress it. However, he realized that it was difficult to expel it. The blazing fire energy was too strong. I admit defeat, Lin Bai said helplessly. Firstly, Qinzong's strength was at the third level, while he was only at the limit of the second level. There was still a gap between the two of them. Secondly, he was injured and couldn't unleash much of his strength. Naturally, he wasn't a match for Qinzong. There wasn't much meaning in continuing the battle. Qinzong won. He hid his strength too well. I didn't expect him to be at the third level. Lin Bai definitely won't be able to get second place. In my opinion, second place should belong to Qinzong. Not necessarily. Chunzong is at the 3rd level, and senior brother Fang Xingchen is also at the 3rd level. Between the two of them, impossible. How could Chunzong be a match for senior brother Fang Xingchen? He's a genius, and no one can compare to him. These were Fang Xingchen's loyal supporters. There were many such people in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. Most of the disciples were leaning towards Fang Xingchen. After all, Fang Xingchen's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. On the other hand, Chunzong was a latecomer and wasn't famous before. Chen Shidi, you hid your strength really well. Tong Xiuing couldn't help but tease. Senior sister, please forgive me, Chunzong replied with a smile. Junior brother, you have to treat me to a drink when we go back. Yu Zhengxiao pretended to be displeased. Count me in. Tang Jingming also took the initiative to speak up. Speaking of which, he had fought side by side with Chunzong before. Now that Chunzong had displayed the strength of the 3rd level, his talent wasn't something they could compare to. The 2nd level was their respective limits. It was necessary to build a good relationship. When the time comes, I'll also ask for a drink. Junior brother, don't reject me. Su Hanyin smiled sweetly and winked at Chunzong. Shen Honyue also had the same idea. However, due to her personality, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Senior brother Chun, you've already injured me. When the time comes, you should give me a drink. Lin Bai also smiled. In an instant, their relationship became much closer. Match after match, round after round. Finally, it was the 10th round, which was also the last round. In the 10th round, only Fang Xingchen and Chunzong maintained their victory throughout. Both of them had 9 points each, and only one person had 8 points. That was Lin Bai. Judging from the situation, the 3rd place was already very clear. Following one battle after another, with both sides winning and losing, the rankings became clear one by one. It's finally time. This should be the final battle. I wonder how exciting the battle between the 3rd level will be. Not necessarily. Even if they're all 3rd level, there's still a difference in strength. It might not be long before senior brother Fang Xingchen defeats Chunzong. Senior brother Fang Xingchen is definitely the strongest. The 1st place belongs to senior brother Fang Xingchen. Mingguang, it looks like you're really going to lose. Rainbow Mountain's Mountain Lord smiled. He had a good relationship with Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord, so his relationship with Mountain Lord Mingguang was naturally very ordinary. Therefore, he didn't hold back when speaking. Mountain Lord Mingguang's countenance turned even uglier. If only Chen Shidi can defeat Fang Xingchen. Yu Zhengxiao couldn't help but say in a low voice, his fists clenched tightly. It's difficult. It's almost impossible, Tang Zhengming said seriously. I've exchanged blows with both senior brothers. If senior brother Chen doesn't hide his strength, it'll be very difficult, Lin Bai said, shaking his head. In the previous battle, when he faced Chunzong and Fang Xingchen, he felt that there was a big gap between them. You surprised me. Fang Xingchen spoke with a calm tone. He was indeed surprised. He had thought that he would be the only one to outshine others in this sect tournament. He hadn't expected that there would be someone else who had reached the 3rd level. Perhaps Fang Xingchen wasn't as good as him, but the 3rd level was still the 3rd level. It was already worth it for him to bring out his true strength for a battle. Perhaps you'll be even more surprised. Chunzong smiled, his words carrying a deeper meaning. You're very confident. Fang Xingchen suddenly smiled. The moment his smile appeared, it was as if the stars were shining. Many female disciples were dazzled and screamed, "As an opponent, I'll give you sufficient respect." With that, Fang Xingchen chose a battle environment that was advantageous to him for the first time. The starry wilderness. In the wilderness under the night sky, there were no trees. Only the green grass swayed gently under the night wind. In the sky, the stars were densely packed, twinkling like countless eyes. The resplendent starlight sprinkled down countless rays of light, adding a sense of tranquility to the wilderness. In such an environment, Fang Xingchen's strength could be unleashed to the extreme, even surpassing the limits. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's heart grew increasingly heavy. Facing Fang Xingchen, he naturally had such a feeling. However, the expression on his face became relaxed. Fight! Fight with all his strength. An Ata sharp sword unsheathed. An Ata quick sword unsheathed. Fang Xingchen held two swords in his hands, one before his chest and the other pointing diagonally to the ground. Streams of sharp aura emanated from the two swords, drifting around his body. Soft chi-chi-chi sounds gradually rang out. Invisible sword chis cut through the air, slicing up the surrounding green grass, and then turning them into powder. Fang Xingchen's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they were dazzling stars. His long robes fluttered under the night wind, and streams of mysterious and deep aura rippled out like water. Then, bits of starlight appeared quietly, gathering around Fang Xingchen. It was as if countless fireflies were dancing around, beautiful and enchanting. His aura rose layer by layer, becoming increasingly strong. It gradually spread out, sweeping up even more green grass and turning them into powder. They drifted along with the night wind, gradually drifting into the distance, spreading out between the heavens and the earth. No one made a move. Instead, they continued to condense their auras. No matter what, the third extreme was not weak. One had to treat it with caution. What a powerful aura! It's too astonishing. So, when Senior Marshal Brother Chen fought with me, he didn't go all out. Lin Bai mumbled to himself, maybe. Song Yu, this disciple of yours really surprises us time and time again. The sect master smiled, not worried at all. It was because he was well aware of Fang Xingchen's strength. Even if Chen Zong was also at the third extreme, as long as Fang Xingchen was serious and went all out, he would definitely be able to defeat Chen Zong. Chapter 692. Building more buildings, squeezing the rich Luli dry. The stars hung over the vast plains. The world was silent and boundless. In the hazy night, the two figures stood 100 meters apart. The night breeze blew gently, and when it blew past Chen Zong, it was minced by the formless sword cheese. His robes did not move, but when it blew past Fang Xingchen, they were crushed by the surrounding starlight. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Suddenly, the two of them moved simultaneously. They turned into two streams of flowing light, extremely fast, and instantly flashed past the green grass and the plains. Everyone felt their vision blur for a moment, and then there was an astonishing sonic boom that was like the rolling of waves. Countless sword light flashed above the plains, and under the starry sky, countless starlight intertwined and danced. It was extremely beautiful. It was unknown when Fang Xingchen had put on a pair of gloves that were covered in starlight. The gloves seemed to have become one with his palms. Not only did it not affect the agility of his hands, but it also provided a high level of protection for his hands. He was able to collide time and time again with Chen Zong's twin swords without suffering any damage. Each attack not only blocked Chen Zong's twin swords, it also contained a rebounding force that passed through the swords and struck Chen Zong's arms time and time again. However, it was deflected by Chen Zong time and time again. The two of them attacked at an extremely fast speed, and their techniques were superb. Their control over their own powers had also reached an astonishing level, allowing them to unleash the greatest effect with the least depletion. In just a few breaths' time, the two of them had exchanged more than 1,000 blows. Their precise control over their powers allowed each of their attacks and collisions to not create much of a commotion, nor were there any strong aftershocks. It was as if they had not used much of their powers. However, it made everyone shudder with fear. It was as if with each of their collisions, there were ripples in void space, as if the undercurrents in the deep sea were surging. This was a probing attack to test the other party's skills and abilities. After all, both of them were not very familiar with each other's battle style. However, if they were unable to withstand the attacks, it would be a fatal attack. However, in the midst of the intense battle, Fang Xingchen clenched his left hand, and the starlight that filled the sky suddenly contracted, shooting toward Chen Zong from all directions. The insides of each stream of starlight were collapsing, and from this, they were able to unleash an astonishing power. In an instant, countless fine and sharp sword lights flashed. They were exactly the same as the starlight, and they all struck the starlight, causing the starlight to dissipate like smoke. Regardless of whether it was Fang Xingchen's clenched fist or Chunzong's exceedingly precise attacks and dispersal. Both of them made one's hair stand on end. Fang Xingqian's superb skills and precise control over his power had already surpassed many people in the mortal realm, making them feel ashamed of their own inferiority. What was the extreme human stage? The pursuit of the pinnacle and the precise control of one's own strength were naturally one of them. The reason why some geniuses, upon entering the extreme mortal stage, were able to become stronger and improve faster than others was because they were able to dig deeper into themselves. The fight lasted for a quarter of an hour, and no one could do anything to the other. The collision was too strong, and it caused traces of energy to leak out, turning the surrounding grass into powder. The terrifying impact caused both Chunzong and Fang Xingqian to be sent flying backwards. Fang Xingqian raised his hand and tapped lightly with his index finger. The starlight on his glove shone, and strands of light that were like strands of hair gathered at the tip of his index finger. With a slight tremble of his fingertip, a strand of starlight tore through the air and shot towards Chunzong. It was too fast, and only a trace was left in everyone's eyes. That strand of starlight had already reached Chunzong. At the same time, Chunzong pierced out with his sword. Under the true speed sword, the sword's speed was unbelievably fast. It was impossible to see the sword's blade, and only a glaring sword light could be seen flashing past. The starlight was pierced through, and that sword pierced through tens of meters of space, piercing towards Fang Xingqian like a hot knife through butter. Fang Xingqian only felt that the world before his eyes had disappeared, as if he had been swallowed up by darkness. There was only a glaring light that tore through the darkness, and it was astonishingly sharp. Fang Xingqian tapped out with his finger once again. This time, it seemed to be slower, but the starlight was even more intense. It spun like a spiral, as if a drill bit was drilling into the void. The sword light dissipated, and so did the starlight. Fang Xingqian grabbed out with his hand, and a huge phantom image of a huge hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing down from above. Regardless of whether it was the starlight that had shot out from his finger earlier or the huge hand that was grabbing down from the void, both of them carried intense waves of the minor true meaning. Chunzong had never encountered such a minor true meaning before, and it seemed to be related to the starlight of the stars. That's right. What Fang Xingqian mainly cultivated was the minor true meaning of starlight. There were a total of 5 types, and Fang Xingqian had long mastered all of them. Each of his attacks had the prowess of a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu, and it did not deplete much of his energy. As long as he controlled the rhythm well, he would be able to perform them continuously. To Chunzong, it was not difficult for him to release the prowess of a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu with each of his attacks. After all, at this level, some of his killing moves would become normal battle moves. This was very normal. To put it simply, to a martial artist in the later stages of the true martial realm, the prowess of a peerless martial art would be very strong, but the depletion would be equally shocking. However, to a pseudo-Lingwu martial artist, the prowess of a peerless martial art would be even stronger, but the depletion would be even lower. After all, the level of the martial art would not change, and the martial artist cultivation realm would increase by leaps and bounds. Using a higher realm and cultivation to perform a lower-level martial art, the depletion would naturally be much lower. To a 7-star pseudo-Lingwu, a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu could be considered a killing move. To an 8-star pseudo-Lingwu, it would similarly deplete quite a bit of energy. Only when one reached the 9-star level would the depletion be reduced. For martial artists like Fang Xingqian and Chunzong, who were at the 3rd level, the depletion of energy from using a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu was not much different from using an ordinary technique. It was enough to become a normal battle move, and they had completely achieved the level of pseudo-Lingwu in every move. The prowess of an ordinary move naturally could not be compared to a low-grade pseudo-Lingwu. The difference was obvious. Fang Xingqian's talent was outstanding. Regardless of cultivation talent or comprehension, he was extremely superior, surpassing many geniuses. He was fully deserving of the title of God's favored son. In addition to the focused nurturing by the sect, he had an excellent inheritance and cultivation environment. Not only had he grasped 5 minor true meanings of the true meaning of starlight, he had also grasped 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire, and 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of wind. Moreover, in order to excavate the potential of various minor true meanings, Fang Xingchen had cultivated the corresponding pseudo-lingwu or created his own pseudo-lingwu. The number of pseudo-lingwu he had grasped was as many as 20 over, and his methods were astonishing. In comparison, Chunzong was not inferior at all, because until now, the minor true meanings that Chunzong had grasped included the complete minor true meanings of sword and water and fire. In terms of quantity, he was on par with Fang Xingchen. In terms of level, the true meaning of sword was of the same level as the true meaning of starlight. Chunzong had also entered the martial arts stage many times to comprehend martial arts. Using various minor true meanings as the foundation, he had created one pseudo-lingwu after another. Regardless of whether it was low grade, middle grade, high grade, or even top grade, the methods that he had grasped were not inferior to Fang Xingchen's. At this moment, the two of them gradually brought out their true strength. They consecutively attacked, displaying completely different moves. While the crowd was dazzled, they were also shocked. This Chunzong is actually able to go against senior brother Fang Xingchen? A group of Zhen Yuan mountain disciples was astonished. In their hearts, other than those esoteric disciples, Fang Xingchen was the strongest. Many people even thought that once Fang Xingchen stepped into the transcendence realm and became an esoteric disciple, he would surpass the other esoteric disciples in a short period of time. After all, most of those esoteric disciples were only at the second or first level back then. There were very few who could reach the third level. They all thought that this battle would be a one-sided battle. Even if the victor could not be determined in a short period of time, they would at least be able to see senior brother Fang Xingchen suppressing Chunzong and gaining the upper hand. However, the truth was not so. Instead, the two of them were evenly matched and the battle was extremely intense. Starburst, flying star, starburst, hissing wind, black flame, starlight shot out, wind howled, and flames were like dragons. Incinerating sun, flowing water, dripping water, aurora, starburst. Although they had the same moves, they were executed in different ways. Blue feather, this disciple of yours. The others did not know what to say. This kid has hidden his strength too well. Blue Feather Mountain's mountain lord scolded jokingly, but everyone could see the pride in his heart. Who wouldn't be satisfied with such a disciple? At this moment, the sect leader's smile disappeared and was replaced by a hint of seriousness. He knew Fang Xingchen's strength very well and knew that Fang Xingchen had brought out his true strength. Although he had not gone all out, he could tell that Chunzong had not unleashed his full strength either. As such, it was difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. Mountain Lord Mingguang's expression became increasingly gloomy. In short, the more outstanding Chunzong's performance was, the more furious and hateful he was. One must know that Chunzong was the first to enter MT Mingguang as a probationary disciple. With such talent, he could rise up in a short period of time. At this moment, MT Mingguang might be the one in the limelight instead of Blue Feather Mountain. However, all this was because of a core disciple who caused trouble and expelled Chunzong, causing a series of unforeseen events. While he was furious, Mountain Lord Mingguang also hated Zhou Shaoqi, the core disciple of MT Mingguang. Even those core disciples who were directly or indirectly involved in the incident were remembered by Mountain Lord Mingguang. He was going to deal with them after the sect tournament ended. It was obvious that they would not have a good ending. Chunzong and Fang Xingchen were unaware of the shock and discussions of the others. At this moment, they were both astonished by each other's abilities. Immediately after, a wave of agitation and exhilaration rose from their hearts. Their fighting spirit soared, and the power of their attacks became even more astonishing. The two of them exchanged such an intense blow that Lin Bai, who was at the peak of the second extreme, could not retaliate. However, they did not cause much damage to the surroundings. The control they had over their powers was even more astonishing. After another collision, both parties retreated once again. Chun Shidi, you're very strong, Fang Xingchen said. His expression was no longer indifferent. Instead, there was a hint of a smile on his face. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his deep eyes. It was lonely at the top. After his strength reached the third extreme, he had once again raised it to his current level. He had thought that no one in the entire sect's core disciples would be a match for him. Even in the previous battle with Lin Bai, he had only used a little of his strength and felt a little dispirited. Chapter 693. Remember to download Zongheng's app to build buildings. Squeeze the rich out of Lioli. Let's have a small burst tonight. Looking for subscriptions. Monthly votes. Under the starry sky, there were remnants of powerful forces mixed with the night wind, roaring like an invisible dragon. I'm going to use my full strength, Fong Xingchen said again. Same here. Chen Zong smiled. The battle just now seemed very intense. For the second pole, the consumption was shocking. However, for the third pole, Chen Zong and Fong Xingchen, the consumption was not much. At most, it was just a warm-up. The two of them were well aware of this. However, when the others heard this, they were shocked. They did not use their full strength in the battle just now. Star plucking hand? Plucking the stars with one hand. He grabbed out with one hand. As the starlight flickered, it condensed into a giant starlight hand in the air. It reached out from afar and instantly crossed dozens of meters to grab Shinzo. In that instant, the stars in the sky flickered and became increasingly bright. A majestic aura descended from the sky. As the starlight hand grabbed at him, it seemed to carry the entire starry sky with it. Shinzong found it hard to move, and he felt like he was suffocating. Everything in his body was being suppressed. While Shinzong was shocked, he also felt an indescribable excitement. Very powerful. The starlight hand did not seem to be fast, but Shinzong was unable to dodge it. Its majestic aura sealed the space around Shinzong. This attack carried the power of 3 lesser true intents. However, its power was stronger than Yu Zhengxiao's Ash Crane. This was because Fong Xingchen's basic strength was far superior to Yu Zhengxiao's. Returning both swords to their sheaths, Shinzong held the Inata edge sword on his back. Void sword force surged and poured into it. Ash Strike. A sword pierced through the air, the minor sword intent of the 3 types of sword intent condensed within, unleashing a tyrannical strike. The sword light tore through the air and attacked the starlight hand. As the sword light tore through the air, it grew in size and finally collided with the starlight hand. Without a sound, the sword light dissipated. The starlight hand paused and was cut open from the middle. Rumble. The hand of starlight that had been cut apart bombarded Chunzong's left and right sides, leaving 2 broken palm prints on the field. The prints were several meters deep and covered a range of more than 10 meters. Everything inside the palm prints collapsed, and the grass turned into ashes. However, there were no signs of cracks at the edges of the 2 damaged palm prints. They were smooth and integrated into one, reflecting the high degree of concentration of power in that attack. It also displayed Fong Xingchen's control over power to the fullest. Star-picking hand? Chaotic star crossing. Fong Xingchen spread out all 10 of his fingers, each of them filled with spots of starlight. Then, 10 phantom images of fingers appeared behind him. They were condensed from countless starlight. Then his 10 fingers tapped the air repeatedly, and the starlight on his fingertips became increasingly dazzling. The 10 phantom images of fingers behind him trembled, shooting out many fist-sized specks of starlight. The starlight was like a meteor that streaked across the sky. 10 meteors formed a wave and bombarded continuously. It was like a meteor shower that illuminated the night sky and shone with the stars in the sky. At the end of the meteor shower was Chunzong. The meteors came crashing down one after another, dragging long flaming tails behind them, leaving behind many dazzling traces in the night sky. Each meteor shower illuminated Chunzong, as if he was covered with a layer of red gauze. Chunzong lowered his body slightly, drew out the Inata speed sword with his left hand, and pierced through the air. Aurora sword explosion. Accompanied by countless sharp sword cries, the world rumbled. Chunzong's sword strike turned into countless sword light. Each sword light was crimson red and filled with a jade-white glow. They pierced through the sky, tore through the night sky, and pierced through everything. Aurora Sword Explosion. This was a move that Qinzong had modified based on the Azure Strike. It was a move that focused on the true meaning of sword speed and integrated the true meaning of sword force and sword sharpness. In that instant, it seemed as if there was only one sword strike, but there were actually over 100 sword strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors that were the size of fists were pierced by the Aurora Sword Explosion and exploded, sending out countless flames and starlight in all directions. It was like a magnificent dazzle on a summer night, so beautiful that it was shocking. However, the power it contained was equally astonishing. The sparks that were sent out were enough to pose a threat to experts of the second level and kill experts of the first level. Sparks fell to the ground one after another, covering an area of several hundred meters. Craters the size of human heads were blasted out of the ground, densely packed and full of potholes. Fang Xingqian had used 100% of his power for 2 consecutive attacks, but they were blocked by Qinzong. Fang Xingqian was astonished, but he also became increasingly excited. Star-plucking hand? Heavenly Stars chain. Fang Xingqian slowly raised his 5 fingers, as if he was pulling the earth. Specks of starlight fell from his 5 fingers, and the air under his fingertips was like water, creating layers of ripples. Streams of minor true meaning aura spread out, and the stars in the sky shone brightly. Each star released starlight, and layers of halos spread out like ripples. As Fang Xingqian moved his 10 fingers, the starlight shone and struck down. They merged, and balls of starlight that were the size of human heads descended from the sky in an endless stream. However, they did not attack Qinzong directly. Instead, they paused in the surroundings, forming a circle around Qinzong. A total of 99 balls of starlight that were the size of human heads slowly revolve around Qinzong. Each ball of starlight exuded an astonishing aura, continuously attacking Qinzong. Despite being a distance away, everyone could sense the aura waves that the 99 balls of starlight exuded. They were extremely powerful, and all of them had reached the level of the 3rd level. It felt as if they were surrounded by 99 experts of the 3rd level. How do we fight this? We can't win. The 99 balls of starlight revolved faster and faster, and when they reached the extreme, they seemed to have turned into a ray of starlight that surrounded Qinzong. Under Fang Xingqian's control, the balls of starlight suddenly blasted out, carrying the power of the 3rd level towards Qinzong. The world shook. With Qinzong's strength, he would be able to withstand a single ray of starlight at the 3rd level. Even if it were 2 or 3 rays, Qinzong would still be able to withstand it. Even if it were 10 rays, he would still be able to withstand it. However, 99 rays was just too much. Fang Xingqian knew that even if he were to face the bombardment of 99 rays of starlight, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. This kind of attack was a super powerful attack that incorporated the starlight true meaning and the 5 minor true meanings. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong understood the situation he was in. He closed his eyes, and the world fell silent before his eyes. He released his mental energy. Only transcendents could release their spiritual consciousness. Below the transcendents, there were very few people who could release their mental energy. However, Qinzong could do it because he had cultivated his spirit. Initially, he could only cover a radius of 10 meters. As his cultivation level increased, his mental energy also increased. Now, he could cover a radius of 30 meters, which was more comprehensive than his eyes. Fang Xingqian did not test the waters. The moment he attacked, 99 rays of starlight blasted out from all directions, wanting to defeat Qinzong in one fell swoop. No one knew why Qinzong had to close his eyes when facing such an attack from Fang Xingqian. At the instant when the starlight blasted out, Qinzong's figure also moved, avoiding the bombardment of the starlight. His figure was extremely agile, shuttling through the intertwining bombardment of the 99 rays of starlight, constantly closing in on Fang Xingqian. How'd he dodge it? Everyone was shocked. Facing such an attack, Fang Xingqian was actually able to dodge it. Fang Xingqian was equally astonished. He was very clear about the prowess of this move. The celestial star chain formed by 99 rays of starlight would release an astonishing pressure. Under this pressure, one's movements would be restricted and constantly suppressed. The speed of each ray of starlight was also extremely fast. Due to the astonishing control of power, each ray of starlight had a subtle momentum as it shot out at high speed, making it even harder for others to detect. However, Chunzong avoided all of them, as if he could see everything in all directions. However, within the chain formed by the 99 rays of starlight, although Chunzong kept on dodging and trying to get closer to Fang Xingchen, he was ultimately unable to do so. Instead, he kept on moving about. The celestial star chain contained some ingenuity of formations. Between the chains, Chunzong was unable to escape. Chunzong was indeed a prodigy, but it was a pity that he had never learned about formations and did not have much understanding of them. Intense sword. Without any hesitation, Chunzong's forehead flashed, and an illusory sword shadow shot out. It was not affected by the celestial star chain, and it shot straight toward Fang Xingchen, entering the latter's forehead. Fang Xingchen's mental energy was also very pure and powerful. However, compared to Chunzong, there was still a gap. In that instant, Fang Xingchen's face contorted in agony. He felt as if his head had been pierced by a sharp blade and then torn apart. The intense pain caused Fang Xingchen's face to turn pale, and he could not help but let out a stifled groan. At the same time, his control over the celestial star chain was weakened. The celestial star chain paused for a moment, and Chunzong immediately seized this opportunity to escape. His sword pierced through the air, attacking Fang Xingchen. After the sword light flashed, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. Fang Xingchen was struck by the sword. The extremely powerful sword force was continuous, bringing with it an astonishingly domineering, sharp, and penetrative power. It broke through the layers of protection on the surface of Fang Xingchen's body. Fang Xingchen only landed after flying back for several tens of meters. There was a sword wound on his chest, as if his body was going to be split into two. However, in reality, Fang Xingchen's body was extremely tough. His attainments in the path of body refinement were not in any way inferior to Chunzong. Furthermore, with the layers of protection, the injury from that sword attack was neither light nor heavy. A powerful sword force kept on drilling into his body, wreaking havoc and killing within his body, causing him to feel waves of pain. Fang Xingchen frowned slightly. Yuan Gang force surged within his body, wanting to expel the Nihility sword force. However, to his astonishment, he realized that his Yuan Gang force was no match for the Nihility sword force. It was very difficult to expel the Nihility sword force, and he would need to spend a lot of time. Good lad. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was stunned. Then, he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Regardless of whether Chunzong would be able to defeat Fang Xingchen and obtain first place in the end, at the very least, he had managed to injure Fang Xingchen with a single sword attack. This was an amazing achievement. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Chunzong might really be able to defeat Fang Xingchen and obtain first place. If he were to obtain first place, Chunzong would have a right to inherit the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect's fortune and embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster. Everyone else exchanged glances. To think that Chunzong had actually managed to injure Fang Xingchen. They had never thought of this before, and it felt as if their world had been turned upside down. After all, from the very beginning, they had all been certain that the first place belonged to Chunzong. Right now, it seemed that Chunzong was going to shatter this understanding. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.